Members for coming to March's Planning Committee, and we're going to just start now. I'm going to start off with the notice of summons of meeting. Dear members of the Planning Committee, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Planning Committee, which will be held as a hybrid social distance meeting to be conducted remotely via WebEx and also physically in the Council Chamber, the Guildhall, on Wednesday, 6th of March 2024 at 2 p.m. And I'll ask Eamon if he could take members' attendance and apologies. Thank you, Eamon.
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Hussey.
Aye.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
I think Alderman Kerrigan's at a funeral, so he'll be here as soon as he can.
Thank you. Alderman McMorris.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr.
I think he's running late at a meeting.
Thank you. Councillor John Boyle.
Online, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
And Shaw.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Shaw.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson. Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Shaw.
Thank you. Councillor Rory McHugh. Councillor McHugh.
Councillor McHugh's trying to get online there just at the minute, so he'll let you know whenever he's on.
Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
I'm sure.
Thank you. Councillor Sinoy Barr. I think we have apologies from Councillor Sinoy Barr. Thank you. And Councillor Unilis.
Anseo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eamon. I'll move on now. Read out the broadcast statement for hybrid meetings. Members, I'd like to remind everyone present at this meeting in the chamber or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the Council privacy notice may be found on the Council website. Number 4, declarations of members' interest. I can take members' declarations now or during the currency of the meeting. Number 5, chairperson's business. I have none today, members. Number 6, matters arising from the open minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on Wednesday, the 7th of February 2024. Any matters arising in accuracy? No. Number 7, matters arising from the open minutes.
Is there an issue with the loop?
Sorry? I don't know, Alderman McMorris. I'll just check now. Is there an issue with does anybody can fix the loop system for Alderman McMorris? We'll try and get that fixed. You know, Alderman McMorris, okay? Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, just while we're sorting those issues out, and apologies if I missed it, but is there no chairperson's business? And if not, is there a running order?
I was just going to do that before we start the application. I was going to give out the running order anyway, but I don't normally do that 3 chairs business, but I'll do it shortly.
You need to take a reset, 5 minutes recess to try and get.
Members, we only just recess for 5 minutes.
Sure, yeah.
Just for technical issues. Go down the stairs and see if there's
Here, no, I go here on screen. It's not wonderful. Let's see.
You want, I'll just do the running order. No.
If the system's not on. send me your name. Pick up. Noise, but you think so.
Okay, members, thank you. I hope that's fixed now, Alderman Lawrence. Thank you. Now. Thank you for raising that as well. Item number 7, matters arising from the open minutes of the Planning Committee, meeting held on Thursday, the 8th of February, 2024. Any matters arising? No. Okay. Okay, members, moving on. Before we start the applications, I'm just going to go through the list here of the running order. It was number 1, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, and number 2. I'll do that again. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 2. And just before we start, members, you will have seen some late items being sent through these. First one was in relation to application number 5, Millmount Road. The second set of late items was number 7, and that was in relation to item number 7 at 63 Abercorn Road. And just there about 10 minutes ago, we received a late item in relation to Abercorn Road again. So, whereas I'm going to move on to the next application, but I hope you have a time to digest the first two. But I'm sure during the course of the meeting, you'll be able to pick up on the other one. But Philip just wants to come in on that last late item. Go ahead, Philip.
Yeah, members, just in relation to that last piece of correspondence that's been referred to, that was hand delivered to the Harbour House there, addressed for all members in hard copy. And kind of the chair's copy, of course, where members aren't allowed to be lobbied directly in relation to planning applications. So the chair kindly provided his copy to officers, so we've had an opportunity to read it. We're content that it just be treated as a late item in the normal course of business. It's as an objection. Emailed copies have been sent around to each member, so hopefully you have the emailed copies, but if any member requires a hard copy, then it can be provided.
Thank you, Philip. Do you remember want a few moments to just read that last late item? Give you a couple of minutes just to go through before we start the meeting. Okay, members, I'm going to start the first application, and that's item number 1. That is the proposed retirement bungalow located to the rear of 20 Steelestown Road. That's LA 11 2022 0978F. And not choose to be second there. That's Rosie's taking that. Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 1 is LA 11 2022 0978F for a retirement bungalow to the rear of 20 Steelestown Road, and the recommendation is to approve. And the application was previously before committee on the 10th of January with a recommendation to refuse on roads grounds, and then the application was deferred for a site inspection which took place on the 25th of January. The application was then scheduled for return to committee on the 7th of February, maintaining the reasons for refusal. But on the 6th of January, we received amended plans to address the access issues, and the application was not presented at that meeting and was deferred for further consultation with roads, and the application is now returned to committee for decision. This slide just shows the site location map and the garden area within which the dwelling is proposed. It's proposed to be located in the rear garden of number 20, and the access is currently shown there in the photograph. This was a relocated access which didn't actually have planning permission. So the application was considered under the following policies, and they're detailed in the planning report. So in respect, the application has been assessed against PPS 7 and PPS 7 addendum. And it's considered that the dwelling as proposed, which is single story, is acceptable in terms of its size, scale and design. It respects the local context, which is characterised by a mix of detached and semi-detached single and two-storey dwellings. There's adequate private amenity space, space for parking, and there's adequate separation to enable neighbouring dwellings to avoid impacts on amenity due to overlooking or lack of privacy, and this is enhanced by the retention of boundary vegetation and by the fact that the dwelling is single story. So regarding impact on density, it's considered that the single story detached dwelling wouldn't significantly increase the typical density found in the Steelestown Road area. And its location in the rear garden of number 20 also respects the existing pattern of development in the area. And according to the space standards set out in PPS 7 addendum, a 2-bedroom single-storey dwelling should be within the range of 60 to 75 square metres, and the floor space proposed in this dwelling is 108, so it's therefore considered acceptable. In terms of other environmental considerations, there's a connection to the public foul sewers proposed, but NI Water have indicated that there's network capacity and issues. However, an engineering solution has been agreed between the applicant and NI Water to allow connections to the foul sewer, and appropriate conditions are recommended. In terms of natural heritage interests, the retained trees will help protect any protected species and improve biodiversity in the area. PPS 3 policy AMP2 relates to access to the public roads, and it requires that, or it states that planning permission will only be granted for development proposing direct access or intensification of the use of an existing access onto the public road where it will not prejudice road safety or significantly inconvenience the free flow of traffic. So as set out before, the previous access to the site was as shown here in the photograph on the left, but it has been relocated as shown in the photograph to the right, with the result that the visibility displays that are achievable from the relocated access fall below standard. So the standard required is 2 metres by 35 in both directions, but the visibility displays that are available are 2 by 35 to the north, which is acceptable, but only 2 by 11 to the south. Display to the south is in the critical direction and falls significantly below the minimum standard of 33 metres. And the agent has advised that for the applicant to achieve 2 metres by 35 would require the removal of a gate pillar, which is on third-party lands, and that resident won't give permission for the removal. So an alternative solution is required. So roads have indicated that If the access was moved 4 metres to the north, then the visibility displays of 2 by 35 could be achieved in both directions. So that's what the plans now show, members, that the access will be relocated. We just move on to the last slide here. It'll be relocated 4 metres to the north, and officers have returned the application now with a recommendation to approve, subject to the conditions set out in the planning report. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie, for that presentation. Members, there's no other speakers except Rosie on this. Does anybody want to come in and ask any questions of the officer? Excuse me, Councillor Jackson.
Chair, I don't have a question. No, well,
Yeah.
if there's no questions, I'm just delighted to see that this has come back to committee with the previous issues being addressed. It's here with the recommendation to approve, and happy to propose that we accept it.
Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. Likewise, glad to see that this compromise was made, and happy to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Okay, members, that's a proposal by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Gallagher to accept the officer's recommendation. So, Eamon, could you take out the vote, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the proposal is to accept the officer recommendation for LA 11 2022 0978F. Alderman Hussey.
Or
Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman McMorris.
Or
Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor Boyle.
Or
Councillor Fleming.
Yeah.
Councillor Gallagher.
Or
Councillor Jackson.
Ta.
Councillor Leonard. Councillor McHugh. Councillor Mooney.
Or
Councillor Murphy. And Councillor Neelis. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Eamon. Okay, members, that's been approved. We move on to the next item, which is item number 3. And that is LA 11 2023 1744F, and that's regeneration of former Everton Barracks. Parcel D is set out in the development framework. And I'm going to ask Sarah to come in on that one. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, Chair. Item 3 is LA 11 2023 1744F. The proposal is for the regeneration of the former Everton Barracks lands. Parcel D is set out in Everton Development Framework to provide 4 mixed-use buildings, including a Grade A commercial offices, multi-storey car park with wraparound buildings, and 2 mixed-use buildings. Uses will comprise of 32 residential units, office, creative, commercial, and ancillary uses. Also provided will be a new public square, public realm works, and associated site access and landscaping works. And there's also an update to the Everton Development Framework Master Plan for Parcel E of the Everton Development Framework. The site is located on vacant lands on the former Everton Barracks site, east of Building 8081, southeast of Browning Drive, St Columns Road, and north of Everton Terrace, Limavady Road, and officer's recommendation is to approve. So this slide just shows you what the approved outline concept master plan, or the Everton Development Framework Master Plan for the site is, and that's on the left-hand side of the slide. Part D is outlined in a red dash line, and Part E is in the blue dash. Now, the master plan on the right-hand side of the screen shows the revised master plan and takes account the revised proposals for both Parcel D and Parcel E. So this now shows the site location plan and aerial photograph. And the proposal is approximately 2 hectares and includes Parcel D of the Everton Development Framework. And the EDF has also been updated to show how Parcel E will be developed. Parcel E sits about 4 metres above Parcel D and extends to Limavady Road. The site is generally flat but has a slope to the west edge where there is a 2 to 3 metre drop in levels to the rear of buildings 8081. The site is currently occupied by a surface level visitor car park with lighting and provides approximately 150 spaces, public toilets, and an office building for staff. There's a works compound beside the car park and an area of hard standing behind Building 83. There are a few trees along Limavady Road, however, there is no other natural features on the site, and the site is at a lower level from Limavady Road to the southeast. So this is just a few photographs showing the car park and the security office and public toilets. And then this is the photograph showing the road that's located behind building 8081, and then you have the sloping grass verge which leads up to parcel D. In terms of consultees, these are set out in detail in the report, and none of the consultees have any objection. However, DFI Roads did advise that there is a shortfall in parking for the proposed development. So this slide just shows you the proposed development. There's 4 building blocks there, D1, D2, D3 and D4. Building D1 is a grade A commercial office building. Building D2 is the multi-storey car park and commercial. Building D3, commercial office at ground floor with 20 apartments at upper levels. Building D4 is the lower ground commercial unit, and it has first and second floor, contains 12 apartments. And there's also proposals for public realm and a landscaping central square for the site. So this just shows you the layout of the grade A office building and a few of the floor plans. These are all set out in detail in your report. Building D1 is 4-storey in height. The ground floor provides 2 separate commercial units facing into the square and 2 office units facing north onto Hill Avenue. And the first floor and upper levels would be open plan offices. And there are also terraces on the second and third floor levels. So this is the agent CGA of building D1, the grade A office building. Building D2 is the multi-storey car park with wraparound accommodation, and it's the multi-level building which incorporates a variety of uses around the main car park. The building design deals with different levels between the site and Limavady Road, and the car park is built over split levels. 423 car parking spaces are being provided and will be finished in champagne-coloured curtain walling and bronze-coloured aluminium spandrel panelling. The car park will be built 2 levels below Limavady Road and underneath what would be building D3, effectively hiding most of the car park from public view and animating the building to the square with office units 2-storey in height. And this slide just shows you the proposed gable elevation facing towards D3 and an aerial view of building D2, which is the car park. The design of this building minimises the visual impact of the car parking for over 400 cars when viewed from the surrounding vantage points. It creates accessible routes across significant changes in levels. It encloses the new public space with active frontages and offers a mobility hub and frames views into and out of the site. And this is another of the agents CGA of the entrance to the car park, with the commercial units fronting onto the public square, and then onto the right of that CGA is the D1 office building. And this is another CGA of the car park when viewed from Limavady Road. And this shows the retention of mature trees and additional landscaping at this part of the site, with a new pedestrian connection into the Everton site from Limavady Road. The elevation of the car park facing Limavady Road will be 2-storey in height and has been designed to conceal the car park from its southern facade. Careful consideration has been given to the design at this part of the site, and it is designed to make a positive contribution to the streetscape while still respecting the scale on Limavady Road at this location. Building D3 then is the mixed use, so that's just showing you the location of building D3 and the elevations. It's situated to the rear of building 80 and 81. It has a commercial office unit at ground floor. Basement parking as part of the multi-storey car park extends underneath the block, and there are 2 floors of apartments at first and second floor level, providing a total of 20 apartments. And this just shows you the block of building D4, which is also mixed use, and the lower ground floor contains commercial unit, and first and second floor will provide for 12 apartments. The commercial units will be finished in brick and curtain wall glazing, and the upper floors are finished in a dark brick with champagne coloured panels and cream colouring string course and coping detail. And this is just another CGA taken from the Peace Tree and the Everton Bakery towards buildings D1 and D4. This is the agent CGA showing the entire Everton development for parcels D at this, which is part of this application, but it also shows a proposed apartment development to Limavady Road. The Everton proposals have been designed to be a business and commercial centre for the city and region. A landscape and pedestrian-led concept master plan that integrates vehicle access and parking to serve the current and future development. It promotes a shared space for all and has connections with the city side, waterside and St Colum's Park. The proposals respect the historic context and setting of Edmonton, particularly its historic buildings and scheduled monuments. The design team have carefully considered views from outside and within Edmonton, and it has been designed to take account the historic setting and the nearby listed buildings. The proposals will regenerate the site to provide office, commercial, mixed use and residential development, which will have people accessing and using the spaces and public spaces throughout the day. The design team actively engaged in pre-application discussions with council planning and key consultees, including Historic Environment Division. The design team also actively engaged with MAG in 2 design reviews for the site, as well as carried out community consultation in which they undertook 2 public consultation events for the proposals. So this is just a slide to show you the construction phasing, the construction that's set out in the design and access plan, and officers consider it as important to ensure that the development is phased appropriately to ensure car parking is available prior to occupation of the buildings on the site. This slide shows you the location of the buildings where they have active frontages, and the buildings have been designed to have active frontages onto open spaces between the buildings, creating a vibrant, well overlooked public spaces. And in terms of landscape design, emphasis has been placed on the public realm and the landscape design, which has been a key driver for the project. Public spaces and landscaping includes raised lawn areas, planters with integrated seating, mature tree canopy cover, which will help balance the soft and hard landscaping proposals. And that's just a sample showing you the hard landscaping, and the materials which will be used will be similar to that which already exists in Ebrington. So in terms of the policy assessment, the site is within the central area boundary of the Derry Area Plan. The outline plan and permission granted office and mixed use development for the Ebrington site, and this is in keeping with the Ebrington Development Framework. The offices just comply with PPS 4. Trees in Limavady Road have been taken into account, and there's compensatory planting proposed for the loss of any trees to accommodate the development. The design, scale, massing of buildings makes a positive contribution to the site. It has also taken into account listed buildings on the wider Ebrington site, and Historic Environment Division have no objections, and the proposal complies with PPS 6. The building heights also comply with the Ebrington Development Framework. The residential apartments in buildings D3 and D4 are acceptable in terms of PPS 7 and PPS 8. The landscaping and internal public realm square is provided between buildings D1 and D2, and a further area of public realm is located between the car park and Limavady Road. In terms of car parking provision, 423 spaces are being provided in a multi-storey car park, which is considered acceptable by officers. DFI Roads did advise, however, that there is a shortfall in car parking for the overall Ebrington site. But officers need to reach a balance in providing adequate parking for Ebrington, whilst also ensuring that Ebrington site is not dominated by parking. Ebrington is well connected to a wider network of footways, cycleways, waterside greenway, the Peace Bridge leading to the city side, and cycle provision is also accommodated for this development. Officers consider that the parking provided is appropriate and therefore complies with PPS 3. Impacts to designated sites and other natural heritage interests comply with PPS 2. Historic Buildings Unit and Historic Monuments have no objections, and the proposal complies with PPS 6. A drainage assessment submitted complies with FLD 3 of PPS 15, and officers have also considered the other material considerations of the application which have been taken into account, and this includes the economic benefits of 39.5 million investment to the city. No representations have been received, and officers' recommendation is to approve. Just to point out, there is an amendment to 2 of the conditions that have been presented in members' reports. So there's a change to the phasing plan, and this therefore has had to result in the rewording of conditions 2 and conditions 8 that is presented in your report. So I've just put the amended wording of those 2 conditions on the screen for members to consider. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Sarah. We have a speaker here today, and I think he's in the building. Eamon Lockery. Mr. Lockery, do you want to come down here just and... Is he going to the lectern? Is he just a lectern there, please? Yep, just there. All right, Eamon, you've got 5 minutes. It's our protocol, so I'll let you know when you can start when you want. You have 5 minutes to present to the memberships. Thank you. Yeah, I can hear you. Anybody else? He's okay.
Sorry, really, I'm really sorry, but is your mic on or is it you're not coming through in the loop?
Chair, just to say I can't hear a thing online either. Press the mic.
It's probably the mic, it's not picking up there, so if you take a seat just there in the middle of the front row there. maybe-
Sorry about that,
maybe
Chair.
more. No, you're
Just
fine,
couldn't hear
fine.
a thing.
You have to be heard, if you understand. Sir Paul, can you hear now? I think that should be resolved, anyway. Mary, you okay?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm Eamon Lockery, the agent for this application, and I'm joined in the chamber by Mr. Kyle Porter of Aberdeen Holdings Limited, Mr. Kieran Doherty from the Strategic Investment Board, Mr. Michael Burns from Todd Architects, and Ms. Emma Greenlist from AECOM Traffic Consultants. On behalf of my client Aberdeen Holdings, who are the TEO development partner for Aberdeen, we welcome the case officer report and recommendation. This application of mixed-use development of Aberdeen Lands Parcel D has been in formulation for a number of years. We've worked closely with the Council Planning Department and statutory consultees, particularly DFI Road Service and the Department for Communities, Historic Buildings and Historic Monuments departments to devise and develop a proposal that reflects the Council's aspirations for this central part of the Aberdeen site. Development now proposed equates to a £39.5 million investment, which will create 196 direct jobs and 212 indirect jobs and generate about £60 million in gross value added to the local economy from the construction process. Once constructed operationally, the development will provide in the region of 560 new direct full-time equivalent jobs. 75% we estimate will be residents of the City Council area. The proposal will generate 260 indirect jobs. That is a total of 820 full-time jobs created by this proposal alone. The operation of the scheme will generate about £37 million in gross value added. It is therefore a significant regeneration proposal which strategic planning policy requires the Council to take a positive approach towards. You've heard from Ms. Sarah describing the site. It will provide 4 new buildings on the Aberdeen site in place of the current surface level car park. These will be a modern 7,300 square metre grade A 4-storey office building, which will be the main driver for the investment. It will provide a 15,000 square metre multi-storey car park, providing 423 car parking spaces. Importantly, this building is dug into the site and working with existing ground levels to appear low in scale, wrapped with an office building and studio and creative uses to screen key views of the multi-storey car park. The other 2 buildings are a mix of office commercial uses at ground floor with residential apartments above them. D3 provides 20 apartments and Block D4 provides 12 apartments. The heights, design and materiality of the proposed buildings have paid close regard to the historic setting of the Aberdeen site, as well as the views of the city from the walls. The design was informed by close liaison with HED Historic Buildings and Historic Monuments advisors. A comprehensive landscape and public realm plan has been submitted demonstrating how the streets and public space will be created. A high quality residential and civic spaces will be created, which will complement the already significant investment that has been made in the streets and spaces around the Aberdeen site. The parking proposed within the site has been determined through an understanding of the demand of potential users, the shared use of spaces, the need to balance the design of the development with the historic setting, and provide an adequate parking to meet the reasonable demand and to promote reduced reliance on the private car in a sustainable location such as the city centre. It has been important to ensure that the historic setting of the development has been the key design driver rather than the requirement for the private car. We consider the scheme presented today achieves this balance. Before lodging the application, Aberdeen Holdings held 2 public consultations to hear the views of the public on the proposals. It is important to acknowledge that there hasn't been any objections to the applications during the application process. We have provided the Planning Department with a robust planning application dealing with all planning issues relating to ecology, archaeology, drainage, contamination, noise, air quality, traffic and historic and natural environment. The proposal benefits from a positive planning history with outline approval already granted for this mix of uses. The proposal has been designed to reflect and be consistent with the already approved Aberdeen Design Framework. Because of the careful regard paid to the planning policy context, the planning history on the site, the Aberdeen Design Framework, the local development plan context, which have all guided the application, we consider the proposal to be consistent with policy. The development of offices, creative industries, commercial uses, residential dwellings in the city centre is a mix of uses that will create a vibrant and busy part of the city centre that will attract people to and through the Ebrington site throughout the day and evening. We therefore consider the proposal as acceptable because it is a significant regeneration proposal. It addresses and respects the historic and built heritage of the site. The mix of uses within the site have been designed to work in synergy and complement one another without conflict. It provides a sustainable means of access and parking. It will benefit from a high-quality public realm environment. It can be constructed in a phased manner that facilitates the ongoing use of the Ebrington site, and it will support and facilitate the wider development of the remaining parcels of the Ebrington site, which can come forward in due course. For these reasons, we consider
Your 5 minutes is almost up.
for these reasons, we consider that this application that planning have now rightly recommend for approval. We would thank the department and the statutory consultees for the hard work of the last 3 years and their efforts to bring the application before the committee so quickly. And given the foregoing, I request that the council committee endorse the recommendation and approve the application. And I'm happy for any questions. Chair, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lockley, thank you for that presentation. We'll open up now for questions there. So Councillor Jackson has indicated. You want to go ahead there, Councillor Jackson?
Well, Chair, and thanks, Simon. And I suppose I want to start by congratulating Ebrington Holdings for all the work that has went on for a number of years. They developed the Ebrington site. We're seeing progress, and it's really exciting to see. And this is another element of it. But in relation to this application, there's a few things jumping out at me, and the first one is the design. Now I know you've highlighted that there was extensive consultation with HCD, and was the design, the materials used, was that dictated to by HCD? And I know sometimes designs can be subjective, but this is Ebrington's an important site for us all, so it's important to get it right. And if there was constraints because of the wider setting of Ebrington, it would be good to understand that. But I do feel that it's a fantastic use of the space. It's really innovative in terms of the underground car parking and how it blends into the wider site. Just in terms of the materials used, the amount of glass, the colour, it may be subjective, but I would just be keen to learn a wee bit more around if that was done on the advice of HCD. The other element of it is parking. I don't have major concerns in relation to the car parking, but I do have concerns around the impact on Limavady Road. We know that Limavady Road is at capacity at times. There's concerns around a number of vehicles that are using Limavady Road, and the cumulative impact of various applications along this part of our city. So because I do see that there's contained within this application, there doesn't seem to be any mitigation measures to ease the traffic congestion on Limavady Road. But I may be wrong. Were they addressed during the outline applications stage? So just to provide that additional clarity in relation to this. And the final question, Chair, is in relation to future tenants of the site, because we do know that Ebrington site has been utilised as an event space since it came under public ownership. There was a lot of contention around restrictions to events on the site. Will the future tenants have an understanding that the wider area, it's the the view of this council that events will be facilitated on the Edmonton site, and will all tenants, future tenants, sign up to an understanding in relation to that. So we don't have the same scenario as we've seen, particularly over the last year. But again, it's the work that's been going on in Edmonton has been phenomenal, and I just want to congratulate you on that. But in relation to this specific application, just those few questions. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, thank you, councillor, and all very valid points to be making. In terms of the design, starting point really for us is, well, there's a variety of different starting points that influence the design. One is the EDF, the Edmonton Development Framework, which is granted, and it sort of sets a baseline of building blocks there and heights, and sort of that's your kind of master plan that you're working from. The other elements of design is your policies and the plan, and then we have the listed buildings around the site, and particularly building 8081 in front of the site, which kind of influence it, and then you have the Limavady Road, and the sort of mix of terrace houses and offices overlooking the site, things like that. And so those are sort of the starting point. And when we commissioned Todd Architects in the design, so we went to, frankly, one of the top design practices in certainly in Northern Ireland, who work on these types of mixed use schemes around the UK, to sort of take this this parcel forward. So we instruct the right people to do the work who are good at this. We were also then in close discussion with HED, who would be the key person that we knew we were going to have to convince to like this scheme. They're pretty pretty strong in their views on what they would let happen in the Abington site and what would be acceptable. Not just in terms of heights, but as you suggest, the colour and the tone and the texture of the buildings that are going to be in place. And we've had various iterations of scheme design before we even really probably approached formally the council planners as part of the PAD. We had soft PAD discussions with them to float ideas of the type of buildings that would work on the site. And through that iteration process, we came up with the designs that we've sort of settled on. And then we not only did that, but we then, on the advice of Andre and Sarah, we took that design to a MAG group, Ministerial Advisory Group, who then took that design, kicked it around, and talked to us about the buildings, the spaces, the public realm around it. And so that was really kind of the start of the process, and getting to an application, pre-application discussions that we could submit with the council. A lot of effort went in. The hardest part of the design was getting the car park right, really. How do you get 425 car parking spaces into a site which has got listed buildings on it, and it's going to be sitting, this location was directed by the EDF, but it's, sitting directly opposite Limavady Road. And it took a lot of work to get that right, in terms of its layout and ways in and ways out, and getting the levels right. That multi-storey car park goes underneath in the building D3. The two have to be built together because it's so big, it goes right underneath, and we have to build D3 on top of it. The office building has to function as an office building. So we're not designing an 1800s building. We're designing a contemporary grade A office building, but we're taking cues from colonnades, and there's parts and elements of the site. So the next application, you'll hear us talk about the loggia on building 118, which is an external colonnaded balcony. and there's columns in this in the grade in the D1 building, which gives that cue to the other listed buildings on the site. And so the grade A office has to function as an office building, has to be a modern office building, and has to deal with those sorts of things. But the materiality, a lot of things funnily do come down to what's the colour of the brick, what's the texture of the brick. And it's interesting that you raised that. But the HED have asked us, and there's a condition in it that the brick will be, sample bricks will be provided, and before constructed they will be provided and given to HED and agreed upon. But the colour of the brick is it's called a multi-tonal red brick. And so there'll be tones of brick through it which will reflect the existing Ebrington site. So it won't be anything ultimately contemporary that would jar with what's there. It'll complement and sit neatly within it. I don't know if that just sticking to design, does that assist? The traffic point. So essentially, there's a lot of floor space approved under the outline permission. And the outline permission for Ebrington has been started. The outline permission granted permission for the hotel and the Maritime Museum and things like that. So there's a level of floor space already approved. And from that level of floor space, there's a certain requirement for traffic that would be estimated to come in and out of the site on the basis of that floor space. We are actually below that level of floor space, and consequently, the outline, you hit the nail on the head. The outline permission had certain requirements and junction improvements to be made as part of the outline, and that was already done. And so it's not a cop-out, but technically there's less floor space in this application, so there's no requirements for any further traffic upgrades as a consequence of this application, because in theory you could build more than what we're looking to do. Future tenants was the other question, and I think everyone's learned their lesson. I think from last summer and those sort of issues that arose between the interaction between the use of the square and the hotel and things like that. And I don't think there'll be any doubt in anybody's mind moving forward to make sure that those issues are mitigated. Looking at parcel D on its own, we were very concerned, like you're putting in residential apartments above offices and retail, which is fine in a town centre setting. But then beside that, you've got this grade A office building, and people will come out and see that. And so we were very careful with distances, and we were very careful with making sure that there would be no there'll always be a little bit of overlooking, but people will be aware of just how their amenity space might be impacted by having an office building on their doorstep. This is a city. This is a 21st century office and urban environment we're trying to create in a city, and there's certain things that people will actually accept to live in this environment. So I think there'll be no issues with the residents and the internal uses within it. And then whenever you look at the wider use of the Ebrington site and the 24-hour economy and maybe events happening, the Ebrington Holdings will be undertaken to make sure that tenants are fully aware of the requirements of the site to be used as a city asset essentially. So I hope that answers it.
Thanks a lot. That provided all the clarity I needed.
Alderman Hussey, just behind you there.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Eamon. I welcome that clarification. I welcome that clarification reference the brickwork, and I'm looking at some of the computer-generated images where you see side by side the Belfast red brick and the brick that you're proposing to use, and to me, the aesthetics aren't that bad. It's mixing in there very well, integrating. And I note one of the computer-generated images where it shows the avenue down to the entrance to the car park. And then I move on to two images that we have in our pack. One is closer to the entrance to the car park, And yes, you've got that brickwork and all the rest of it. Below that, there's an image of the car park viewed from Limavady Road. And it appears to me that you've let yourself down there, because it appears to me that the proposal at that end is that it will be a cladded surface as opposed to the textured brick. And I mean, if you look at that and compare it with the red brick, which I can see in the same image, I'm concerned about that. You rightly pointed out to Limavady Road, where the far side of the road overlooks the square, etc. And what we've got is a big shed sitting there from what I can see. And I am minded actually to perhaps look at a condition. And how would you feel about that? Would it jeopardize the overall project if instead of cladding, council were to seek brickwork there in keeping with the rest of the buildings that you are proposing to develop? Thank you, Chair.
Raymond.
Yeah. I think, Chair and Councillor, I think it would be only fair if I invited the architect to answer that question, because he would have a view on the on why he chose cladding at that location, just to give you that. But
I'm happy to bring him over. Is he here?
yeah, Michael Burns.
Michael, do you want to come down here to beside Raymond? Thank you.
Just to explain the design of it, the point of if you then decided that you were still unhappy with it and there was a requirement for it to be classed as brickwork, then that's something that we could no doubt that's something that we can consider. Like ultimately, I think at the end of the day, like this is going to be here for a long time, you know, and we don't take that lightly, and you are the custodians of the city, and you are the people that are going to have to look at it. So I don't, you know, I wouldn't be saying no to your second proposal of an amended design, but let me just ask Michael to comment.
Thanks, Eamon. I take on board all your points regarding the brick, and I think one of the key issues for us with especially the multi-story D2 building was really to try and break down the mass of that. So if you actually look at one of the previous images, it does actually have a brick base, but where it wraps onto Limavady Road, it has a much lighter aluminium face, which is the image you're referring to in the image, or the material you're referring to in the image. The key thing there that maybe doesn't come across in that particular image is that we chose aluminium specifically, and it's a very high quality facade in that it's a anodic finish aluminium. So it's almost got a sparkle to it. And the idea of choosing the aluminium there was that we could actually sort of regulate ventilation to the car park. So the concern that we were balancing with that view onto Limavady Road was obviously we've got a multi-story opposite residential properties. And it's really coming up with a device in terms of that facade, which we've eventually settled on a sort of a perforated aluminium, which maybe doesn't come across in the image. But the idea that you could have a perforated aluminium that could provide light coming through it, but at the same time could screen the car park in behind, we thought was a really interesting solution to the Limavady Road. So it balances that in addition to the landscape sitting in front of it. We felt was a really nice way of dealing with what is effectively a multi-story car park right on the limit, or right opposite the residences on the Limavady Road. So that was the idea of the aluminium. It's a really high quality material. It enables us to get a bit of flexibility in how we deal with that. Whereas with brick, it's a very solid passive element, which works well for the base, but maybe not for the upper lighter element. I
remain to be convinced.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's as Eamon has said, there's checks and balances with, HED and material sign off. But, it is something that we really investigated deliberately because we thought it was a really great solution for a multi-story, and not something you see very often. It's something that's, being rolled out, in other parts of these islands. You're starting to see these very sort of contemporary multi-stories coming forward. As cities get more dense and we have residential next to multi-stories. And it's just something that we thought was a really interesting solution that we could use in Derry. Very good, Chair.
Okay, Alderman Hussey. Derek? Alderman, you okay? Listen, I'm just going to bring in Andre there because she wants to just actually give some detail on that condition that you were discussing at the very start of your, before you came in.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I suppose it's just to confirm what the architect's explaining there about the materiality of the car park. At this location, it has been given serious consideration. There is brick to other elements of the car park, but because of the ventilation requirements, we didn't want to have heavy brick and then open elements as in a traditional car park like you would see in Foyleside or Tesco's. So this is trying to provide a balance between using materials that are contemporary and modern without having to use a heavy brick in that location. We can certainly add a condition on for members if you wish that would agree the details of the materiality of the cladding, but we couldn't put a condition on that would effectively change the design of that location. If you were going to say, we would prefer brick, then we would need to go away and have a look at that because it would change the function and the design of that building, that location. But certainly if members were content with a cladding element, then we can put a condition on that those materials are agreed. We have a similar condition on, you'll see, I think it's condition 18, regarding no external brickwork shall be constructed or applied. So that's essentially the brickwork, but we can amend that to say the materials for the buildings, and then all the materials are agreed. If that's way, I just wanted to explain if it was a redesign using different materials here, we probably wouldn't be able to deal with that through condition.
Thank you, Andre. I hope that provides some clarity. Alderman Hussey now. I'm going to move on now. And next on this is Councillor John Boyle. You want to come in, John?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of those who have presented thus far. Can you all hear me okay, Chair? Yeah?
We can hear you, John. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll carry on then. Yeah, look here, some of the points have already been raised by Councillor Jackson, but I'm gonna tease it out a little bit more. I do agree with Alderman Hussey too. I wasn't terribly keen on the look of the facade in that particular image, but I suppose we as a committee want to be careful, Eamon. We want to get this right. We want you to get it right. So I do have a few questions, and I appreciate Andre's answer there as well, Chair. Thank you very much. I do still have some concerns for the continued use of the events space going forward as this is developed. And I suppose I'm really looking for clarity on, well, I suppose the obvious question is, how long will all of this take to build? How do you propose to phase that building work? I'm concerned about how the work on the public realm might impact on our ability as a city to continue to use the event space. So again, some surety around that would be appreciated. I also note, obviously, we have mentioned the car park. I would like to know who's going to own that car park. I do have concerns around a pricing policy in that car park. I wouldn't want to see our citizens getting priced out and then not able to actually use Ebrington and use the other facilities that are available for them there in Ebrington to attend events or go to the hotel or go to the restaurants or whatever. And so that would need to be a fair pricing policy in my view. Another question, have you as developers been asked by Department for Infrastructure for any financial contribution to the upgrading of the call roundabout at the far end of the Limavady Road? Because as we can see, there's a lot of traffic and there's going to be a lot of vehicles using this site. So the other thing as well, Eamon, in relation to the consultation, I'm just curious as to how wide and how widely that was advertised. I note that in our officer report, they say that, or it certainly looks like that the two consultation exercises were poorly attended, for want of a better way of putting it. So I'm just curious as to how much it was advertised, where it was advertised, and how much the public knew about it. And I suppose it's, you know, I don't want to go hard on it. I mean, this is positive. I agree with others as well. You know, I mean, this is the sort of stuff that we do want to see in Ebrington, but there are elements of it that just leave me a little bit cautious right now, because as already referenced by others here, we have to learn from the lessons of last summer in particular, and residents and other businesses that will be in these sites, they need to understand exactly where it is that they're either living or working, and they need to understand that we as a council are very keen to retain the event space there at Ebrington Square as well. So that's it for now. Chair, I suppose if Eamon could maybe provide some more clarity in relation to this, I would appreciate it. I'm sure others would too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. I'll just ask Eamon or Michael, whoever wants to address those questions. I think there may have been 4 or 5 there. They could maybe try and provide Councillor Boyle with some clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair. I'm also going to pull in another speaker, Kieran Doherty from the Strategic Investment Board, on behalf of the TEO is here. So some of those questions go beyond my planning expertise, Chair. So in that respect, I can answer questions on the consultation. The last question, Councillor Boyd. There's a statutory requirement to carry out a consultation for major applications, and I'm sure everybody's aware of that. Our approach was we commissioned a professional organisation, marketing company, to do the consultation on behalf, and they do it for applications around Northern Ireland. The consultation was advertised in the local press as required by the regulations. In doing the consultation, we also consulted with the council planners. We did one consultation, but the council planners thought this application merited a second, two events. We did those 2 events. One was in the Ebrington site at a building at the Starfort wall, and the second consultation, which was 3 months later. One was in December, and the second consultation, which was in February, was done up in the brewery, Wold City Brewery. The neighbours would have been notified within a radius of the site. And as I say, the advertisements, the newspaper advertisements would have been put in. There would also have been a public website that people who didn't want to attend the event didn't have to attend the event. They could see it from the internet. So, you know, we haven't done the minimum. We've went beyond the minimum of what the regulations have done. This scheme is big enough and it merited substantial consultation. We feel like we did that. The second question was a phasing question, I think, and the phasing of the development is, and the planners have been very careful in guiding us on this, is that the existing site is a car park, and we don't want Ebrington left without a car park. And so the first phase of the development is that the multi-storey car park gets built. So whilst there will be parking spaces available at the surface level car park whilst the multi-storey gets built, and once the multi-storey gets built, it releases the rest of the land to be developed. As I mentioned earlier, the multi-storey car park was underneath what will be D3. So naturally, D2, which is the multi-storey car park, and D3, which is above the underground part of the car park, are both the first phase. And then we've, as Sarah has pointed out today, we would like to be able to then build the office building, the grade A office building, because that's a key financial driver in the scheme, to be able to do that second, and then the final D4 building would be the third phase. So that would be the phase that we would be working to, the phasing that we were working towards. How long it will take to build them is a good question. These are complicated sites. At the moment, before coming in, I asked clients when would we be starting. We have a development agreement to act expeditiously. There's no timelines in that, but we can't land bank, we can't sit in these things. We actually have to get on with it. So there will be a build program, but they're complicated, and we need to do all the normal, getting contracts out and going to tender and doing all that stuff. In terms of the other points, and Kieran might be able to add in on that, and in terms of the ownership of the car park and pricing policy and things like that, I'm sure Kieran can add to that. Councillor, thank you.
Okay, Kieran, go ahead if you answer those questions.
Good afternoon. I'll just pick up them points that Eamon's touching on or finishing off on there in relation to the car park ownership. All the brownfield lands on the eastern side of Ebrington will be owned and retained by Ebrington Holdings Limited as part of a development agreement whenever those buildings are constructed. They are granted licenses under the development agreement, or under an agreement for lease, to actually build those out, but until they're completed, they don't then ultimately transfer into their ownership. But even at that, and when they do transfer within the development agreement, there are price points or rates agreed for car parking spaces, both for the existing tenants. The pricing point for public parking, I suppose, will have to be agreed as yet, but there are many options around the city, so it has to be priced appropriately and competitively in order for, they're not going to set the price point too high. So we're not overly concerned about that, but there are overages within those agreements that we can develop further. The development agreement that Eamon refers to also sets out a plan of work in that there can be no land banking that can be done over there. There are 7 phases identified within the development agreement, phases which are interchangeable. Phases 1 through 1's complete and 7's complete, which I know is a bit strange, and 2 is well worked through. These proposals, this proposal that we're looking at really encompasses phases 3, 4 and 5. So each time there is a time restriction that as soon as planning, for example, is granted, that those developments need to be progressed within a certain time period. So that is all being managed through the Executive Office and the SIB. In terms of the other questions, sorry, that were there, and both Councillor Jackson and Boyle asked similar questions. In terms of events and the future tenants, both hosting events on the site and the impact on future tenants, the impact of these developments shouldn't have, there shouldn't be really any impact on future events on the site, to be completely honest, other than maybe hosting the fun fair up in the back end of the site. This will have, or these developments will have no major impact on the more significant events that we like to see on the actual square. As for the future tenants, obviously, residential element needs to be considered further, but there is an extensive consultation piece that's been going on between TEO and council staff at the minute in terms of re-engaging with all tenants on the site to make sure that we don't have a repeat of the situation that we had last summer in relation to the events that were proposed there. My remit on the site is really in relation to the regeneration and the development works that you see. The day-to-day operation are controlled and managed by TEO staff, but I can assure you that those conversations and discussions have been ongoing for several months now, and the latest meeting just happened there on February 14th with the wider tenants forum, discussing forthcoming events that will actually take place on the site. The last question, I think, was in relation to mitigation measures and potentially DFI contributions. So whenever the Ebrington Development Framework was initiated back in 2015-2016, there was a full transport assessment that was undertaken. That transport assessment looked at 11 plus junctions in the city. Now, it did take until around 2018, 2019, and a transport assessment addendum to ultimately agree what those mitigation measures might be. But within that, it did identify at least 6 different junction upgrades across the city, which included Elton Galvin Roundabout, Caw Roundabout, Limavady Road, Dales Corner, even some alterations at Craigavon Bridge. and set out what those alterations were, the costs associated with those alterations. And the Executive Office have committed to a technical transfer to DFI of a significant sum of money for those upgrade works. So it's really in DFI's gift now to take those forward, but there has been significant mitigation measures identified and scoped, and it's just a matter of those actually being taken forward. And the last point that I would make on that is those mitigation measures were identified based on the original Ebrington Development Framework and the areas for the full build out of Ebrington. And the proposals as they sit currently today are, in terms of all those floor areas, are about 23% lower than what they were originally identified. So those mitigation measures should be more than ample.
Thank you, Chair, for that. Okay, Councillor Boyle, I'm going to move on now. Our next
Chair,
indicated
Chair, can I
speaker.
just come back on briefly?
Briefly, Councillor Boyle, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for that, Kieran, and thank you, Eamon. So just to be clear, and just to get it clear in my own head, and probably everybody else's, what we're relying on for mitigation will be the Executive Office working financially in tandem with DFA to address some of those very obvious concerns that people will have in relation to the transport infrastructure, which is, as you probably already know, Kieran, under significant pressure as it stands. So just to be clear on that, and I also do note, of course, as well, Kieran, the DFA have said there will be a shortfall in parking at this location as a result of the development.
Yeah, Chair. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, those mitigation measures are and have been agreed for some time, including the values of money that will transfer as a technical transfer between the Executive Office and DFI in order to do those upgrade or mitigation works, whatever way you want to term it. So that's really it's beyond my skills as to how they go about doing these transfers and that, but that work is ongoing in the background between the departments in order to actually get that moved along. The concerns, sorry, I've lost my train of thought there in terms of your second point.
Councillor Boyles raised the point that the DFI car parking standards for the floor space proposed would require extra car parking based on a number, a factor. Now, the parking that we're providing in the multi-storey car park, because of the holistic approach that we have taken, we looked at parcel D, but there's an area beside it, the sort of higher level car park, which is parcel E. And then we'll be talking about the residential scheme on parcel F after this one. We have provided enough car parking for parcel D, but we've also put into the tables the information what potentially might happen in parcel E, although it's not part of the planning application now. And so the DFI are saying that the number of parking spaces required are short based on their standards, but it's not short in relation to parcel D, it's short in relation to parcel D and what would be required in addition in parcel E, but we haven't actually designed parcel E. So we have adequate car parking for what we're seeking plan permission for now. So that's the sort of answer to the parking standards. But in addition to that, we are trying to get away from the public car. We're trying to balance up the historic nature of the site. We're also trying to, we also provide green initiatives that encourage people to take the bus and walk and not have to use the car. So we're providing a substantial element of mitigation measures in lieu of any shortfall in parking. So we think that this is right for the scheme, and rather than actually providing car parking, because a book tells us there's a need for a park space per X square meters.
What I would say, just to supplement that, sorry, is that we have significantly engaged with DFI and with our transporters consultants over the past number of years to review the spaces that are being provided. And whilst there is intention from DFI to bring different policy and get away from the private car and go down the more sustainable, greener measures of transport, those are not those haven't come forward yet. So DFA roads are having to assess the likes of this development that will happen over 10 or 15 years against current policy. And as we all know, current policy is being very hardly looked at and scrutinised to try and change, to reduce that reliance on private vehicles.
Okay, thank you, Kieran. Councillor Boyle, I'm going to move on now. If
Head on, Chair, no
Alderman
problem.
Morris, okay, thank you. Alderman Morris, go ahead there.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your comprehensive information today. As a waterside councillor, it's great to see the investment coming onto Edmonton Square, and just the real connectivity and regarding to the city asset and how that commutes across. A lot of the concerns that I had was all about the parking and kind of the events. I know you've covered a lot of that today, but just in regards to the car parking, you know, I'm happy that there's like enough spaces and that's grand, but it just seems to me that, you know, the multi-story car park, right, which gives a great car parking facility for private cars. But is there any facility like for people that would be coming on events for like large lorries and bigger vehicles, which would need to be parked, you know, in regards to holding events and stuff? You know, I'm just conscious we're taking away all of the flat kind of car parking space, and that's not convenient to go into a multi-story car park. Do you know what I mean? So that would be one of my concerns, to just make sure that there is provision for that, because we don't want to get to a stage where, you know, we have large scale events maybe coming onto Edmonton Square and there's absolutely no provision for larger lorries and whatever kind of equipment or whatever they would need. I know historically the legendary motor show and things like that would have used the car parking to put, you know, trailers in that they were using, and I know they're on St. Collins Park now, but they traditionally went on to the car parking in the Edmonton Square, and that facilitated that big event. But I just know from last year, the motor show, whenever they were looking to put their vehicles on again, the Edmonton Square, they were told they weren't allowed to, because the area that was kind of cordoned that they used was being used for other tenants within the square. So I would have a concern about, you know, how we're going to facilitate the events and the parking and around that. The other concern that I would have is basically in regards to, like, we have a situation now where the foot flow through Edmonton Square is basically brilliant, and it's brilliant to see. And a lot of people commute into the car parks and then walk into the city, which is great to see, because it takes all that traffic out of the city centre. I'm a wee bit concerned about the fact that, you know, you're saying that the flat bedding of it, you know what I mean, and the nature of the construction. I hope I'm picking this up right, but that the two buildings would have to be kind of married and basically built at the same time. So I'm concerned about the provision of car parking while this is being built. Do you know what I mean? Because like we historically had an issue with car parking in the residential areas around there, namely Bond Street and stuff like that. And what we don't want to do is deter people and losing that connectivity where they can park in that area and commute and do their work in the city centre. But I'm also mindful and scared about the flow of traffic, basically going back into the residential areas. If you're building and the first phase in the car parks, you know, where's that flow of cars going to go? Do you know what I mean? That would be kind of everything else you've touched on. Do you know what I mean? But that would be the two kind of concerns that I feel it needs addressed. And just my last comment, I actually like a cladding. And I would like to see it, because I like to see that new and old coming together, because, you know, while it's a historic site and we all want to preserve that history within it, we also need to welcome, you know, more modern and move on. Do you know what I mean? So I like that. You mentioned about the cladding being kind of sparkly or whatever. Do you know what I mean? I just hope it's not too sparkly, whereas detracting from drivers passing it. Do you know what I mean? So, but thank you very much. And you've put a lot of work into it and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Right, Chair, just before I go, I mean, I'm just going to, I don't know any comment, but I think it's a great idea and what everybody said, but I do share the concerns of all our members about the car parking because, again, I'm a waterside councillor as well. I was Councillor Jackson and Alderman McMorris, and I know the site really well because I use car park myself and to go running from and things like that there. But my fear is, or not fear, but I see that people maybe who, you know, if the existing car park provisions closed off, then they're going to start using the full arena next door, or different other provisions, and you know that's going to add a burden on the existing parking spaces. And so I was just wondering, before you answer Alderman McMorris's question, just maybe if that could be taken in the equation as well, or imagine in some way that you know that it should be definitely a consideration in your minds going ahead, Emily. But there's just a note, Emily, from myself. Thank you.
Well, look, before and the two questions, I suppose that I think that I've picked up. Then I quite like the cladding too, actually, and believe it or not, it's taken us a lot of time to get to the right materiality for all the schemes on there, and there has been honestly a lot of work in terms of arriving at those solutions. In terms of the parking, as you know, majority are all local, obviously, but you'd be familiar with the parking arrangements on the site have changed considerably over the years and have been very fluid, and they move around to make sure that we can accommodate whatever the next piece of development that's being done over there. And equally, and the planners have fed into this very helpfully. You know, we have looked at how the rest of the site should be built out as well to make sure that we do retain as a minimum the parking spaces that are presently on site. So there was an exercise in arriving at the phasing plan that should be within your packs. There was an exercise done to ensure that the number of spaces that are presently available on Ebrington will remain available during the construction period. And that only creates a difficulty until the car park is constructed, because at that point you have way in surplus of what's presently available in Ebrington. So yes, there will be a section of what has recently been opened as the hotel car park that will need to be removed, which isn't currently public car parking anyway. It's dedicated hotel car parking. That section, yes, will come away during the construction of the multi-storey car park, but we've looked at how we can extend upon what's been referred to as the partial E lands in order to increase the capacity up there to cover the shortfall of what will ultimately be taken away at that stage. So based on the phasing that's proposed, it won't dip any lower than what presently is available on site. So hopefully that gives you an answer to that. And the other question, I think, was in relation to event parking and servicing. Every event that's held on there, obviously, all the events have their own event management plan and need to come up with how they run and operate and where their service vehicles might go and the like. It's probably not that obvious, but there are several spaces on the site where larger vehicles, and particularly buses and the like, can actually pull up and park and stop or just drop off or move on. So there are certainly spaces available on the site to accommodate the likes of service vehicles and lorries and the like that would be coming in for these larger events. Quite a few of them then would ultimately, if it was on the square, might be sort of in the back areas. You know, they may ultimately need to be parked in back areas on there. But every event, each event is quite different. So I'm not concerned that, we'll be left in a situation where they'll be backing out onto the Limavady Road or anything in relation to it. But it just needs to be looked at each individual event to make sure that we understand where these vehicles can go. But I can assure you, there's plenty of space over there where those things can be accommodated.
In terms of the construction, car parking people are obviously concerned about the car park and making sure that there's a continual use of the car park. And it would be possible for a condition to be attached, a construction management plan. I'm looking at Andre here, that would require the contractor, whenever the contractor's appointment to do it, they would sort of provide a plan to show where car parking will remain and where compounds will be and things like that, so that the development and then Ebrington continues to function as people currently use it, and so that might be something if it leaves some of your concerns as well. I don't know if that's something appropriate.
You want to come in there again, Alderman McMorris? Go ahead.
I know you said that there was going to be space you know, for larger vehicles and whatever. And you mentioned about the square and putting it in the back or whatever. But I would really like to see this Everton Square being future proofed, so that basically, like, we want to attract big major promoters, and the thing, you know, we don't want to be just seeing the smaller scale type stuff. Do you know what I mean? So I really want to see that this is definitely future proofed for big major events to come into our city. Do you know what I mean? Because we were only going to have one chance at this, and if we build buildings all over the place in it, and you know, and we don't make that provision, you know, either there or in a site adjacent or something, do you know what I mean? I just would be concerned that we're future proofing so that we're able to bring in major events and major promoters.
Look, I completely agree. I would want to see nothing more than actual major events happening across over there. But you have, not too many are familiar with the various names of streets and different things that are over there these days, but you have all these new roadways and whatnot that are circulation areas around the site and lead down to what was the original multi-story, which now has the Grade A offices and that on top of it, the Herons buildings. But you have various roadways and networks and lay-bys and bus drop-offs that, you know, if we went and looked at it, I could probably very easily identify where we could easily accommodate 10 Arctics or 40-foot, you know, flatbeds or whatever. I used the example, it's probably a poor one, that some of them could be accommodated on the square. Of course, you don't want to see the likes of that on the square whenever there are events. You want them to be offside. But in behind the buildings that would be to the left of the, if you had the clock tower to your back, there's a full road network and additional lay-bys down in that location, and we service roads. No joke, easily we could accommodate 10 to 20 different vehicles, but most events wouldn't even require that. But if they did, it comes back to, you know, how many things are coming in, the logistics around what that specific event is. For me, what I'd like to see is another one big weekend over there. Now, be getting greedy given that Derry's already had two, but you know, things like that I honestly believe we could accommodate that, but it would require a site-wide logistics plan. But it definitely could be accommodated on that site. You've 28 acres over there. It's huge, and it just needs a bit of thought as to exactly where things go.
Okay, members, thank you. We've spent a lot of time on that aspect. So I'm going to move on now to questions to Sarah. Does anybody want to raise anything with Sarah at the moment? Oh, I'm going to move on there. Councillor Jackson.
Chair, if there's no further questions,
There's no further questions yet. Just go ahead.
Chair, I know there's been various concerns that have been highlighted, and not least the traffic impact on the Limavady Road. But the clarity that I sought in relation to that has been provided, and the mitigation measures, albeit it seems some while ago, but the mitigations had been included as part of the master planning for the Everton site. This application is a continuation of the repurposing of Everton Square. We've seen how Everton has been utilised more. There's businesses that are growing, they're flourishing. There's a lot more footfall. We as a council have our own project that will inevitably increase the footfall. This is another step in terms of accelerating that process. The Everton Square, and I know there's concerns around car parking spaces. The Everton is a city centre location, and it's going to be an extension to our city centre. And when you see the plans that are in front of us, it's glaringly obvious that this is going to be a high quality city centre location. I've been given the assurances that this application won't prohibit future events on the site. It won't prohibit any alternative uses of the site. And I'm delighted to see the application come before this committee today, and for everybody to see the detail of the exciting developments that could and hopefully will take place within Edmonton. So on that basis, I'm more than content to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation to approve. Thanks, Chair.
Alderman McMorris.
Thank you, Chair. And just to reiterate that, I'm happy to see this move forward, and I'm happy to second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, members, that's an application to approve the present application. Councillor Jackson has proposed it, seconded by Councillor McMorris. Take the vote, Eamon, please.
Thank you, Chair. And this is application LA 11 2023 1744F, and the recommendation is to approve. Alderman Hussey.
My concerns on the aesthetics, I abstain.
Alderman Kerrigan.
Abstain. Eamon, I missed it.
Thank you. Alderman Morris.
Or
Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor John Boyle.
I'm still not convinced here, so I'm going to vote against. Thank you.
Councillor Sean Fleming. Huh? Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Or.
Councillor Jackson. Councillor Leonard. Councillor McHugh. Councillor Mooney.
For.
Councillor Murphy. And Councillor Needis. It's 9-4 and 3 abstentions.
Against. So 3
Abstentions, yeah.
Okay, members, that's passed. It's 9-4 with 3 abstentions. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next associated application. That's item number 4.
Chair, just quick correction. I voted against that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Councillor Paul. He was against.
Right, so that's 2. 9-2.
That's 9-4, 1 against and 2 abstentions. Members, thank you. Next application is LA 11 2023 1821F, and that's the associated regeneration of the former Evelyn Barracks site. And that's Sarah again. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, Chair. Item 4 is LA 11 2023 1821F. This is the regeneration of former Everton Barracks lands. This is parcel F, and part parcel E is set out in the Everton Development Framework to provide 2 residential blocks, 45 stories in height with 40 apartments in total, and a mixed-use creative industries office building. Works include the demolition of Building 118 and ancillary site works, landscaping and car parking around the site, including the setting of Building 117. And the site location is Building 118 and adjacent lands to east and west, including lands adjacent to Building 117, Limavady Road, and officer's recommendation is to approve. So this is the site location plan and aerial photograph of the site. The site is located to the northeastern edge of the Everton site and bounded by St. Colum's Road, Limavady Road and Hull Avenue. It is identified in the Everton Development Framework as within parcel F and partially within parcel E. It includes Building 118, which is a non-listed building known as Benbow, and this is a 2-storey brick barrack block with hipped roof and 2-storey colonnade of cast iron columns and beams. Access to the site is from Limavady Road via Hull Avenue. A group of mature trees are located along the east edge of the site, and some young new trees have been planted along Limavady Road and along Hull Avenue. The site also includes Schoolhouse Lane and has areas of grass and hard standing. North of the site is listed Building 117 and Buildings 115 and 116. Beyond these buildings is St. Colum's Road, which leads to dwellings along Browning Drive and St. Colum's Park beyond. The wider Everton site benefits from outline planner permission with an agreed development framework master plan. And this particular site also had a previous planning approval, LA 11 2020 0010F for 55 apartments in total, which was granted in October 2021. So this is a few photographs, and the first picture on the top there is the view towards the site behind the buildings 117 and 118 along Schoolhouse Lane. And the lower photographs is the completed development on Schoolhouse Lane of buildings 115 and 116, and a view of building 117 from Schoolhouse Lane. This is a few other photographs. It's views into the residential site looking northwest towards St Colum's Park. And the bottom photograph is the view of Schoolhouse Lane, where it's proposed that building 118 would be demolished to the left-hand side of the photograph. And this is a view of building 118 and the site hoarding that currently exists onto Hill Avenue. So in terms of consultees, none of the consultees have any objections, and the detail of this is set out in your report. The proposed development, that's the site layout plan, and the development comprises of 2 residential apartment blocks, a creative industries building, the demolition of building 118, and this building's not listed, and proposed public realm and landscaping. So this is the agent's 3D visual of the apartment buildings. The development comprises 2 main residential blocks, and they're identified on the site plan as buildings F2 and F3, and they will provide a total of 40 apartments. The buildings have a frontage to St Colum's Road and also front onto a central landscaped area with car parking provided along an extended Schoolhouse Lane. The proposed apartment building adjacent to building 117 will be 4-storey, and the second apartment building adjacent to Limavady Road will be 5-storey in height. The design has been influenced by key design elements of the listed building 117, but is contemporary in design and use of materials. Materials are brick with grey and white tones, and also has smooth concrete columns, and plinths are textured concrete. Windows and doors will be aluminium, matte black and bronze finish, and the roof of both buildings will include PV arrays. The building heights of the EDF, of the Edmonton Development Framework, have been respected, and the buildings are acceptable in terms of their height and scale. So this is just the agent's 3D image along Schoolhouse Lane of the proposed Creative Industries building. This is a bespoke Creative Industries and office building. It's identified as building E4 on the proposed plans. It is located within the narrow strip of land between Hill Avenue and Schoolhouse Lane. It has been designed to provide a feature entrance to Ebrington. The building provides 9 units along Schoolhouse Lane designed to serve small businesses. The elevation design incorporates a feature plinth and glazed pavilion and colonnade themes that align with the listed building 117. The saw pitch roof provides a stepping down effect, and the building will be finished in brickwork to complement existing adjacent buildings and have timber framed glazing and clay coloured roof tiles. So that's just the image there showing you the Creative Industries building along the main Ebrington Road network, Hill Avenue. So in terms of landscaping, a comprehensive landscaping scheme is proposed for the site, which also identified trees to be retained, including the mature trees on the eastern part of the site. The mature trees that are retained provide an important landscape screening to the site and ecological benefits. And an open space landscaped area will be provided to the front of the apartment buildings, creating a new area of open space and public realm for the site. So in terms of the policy summary, it's set out in detail in your report, but to summarise, the site is located in the central area boundary as defined in the Derry Area Plan. The outline plan permission granted office development for the Ebrington site, so the mixed-use building E4 provides a mix of space that can be used for small office and commercial uses and creative industries. This is in keeping with the Ebrington Development Framework. Building E4 is acceptable in principle under PPS 4, meets the criteria for economic development under PED 9. In terms of listed buildings, building 117 is listed, but it is outside the application site. Care has been taken in the design to protect the listed building and its setting. Building 118 is not listed, although it does have heritage value, and an assessment of building 118 in regard to its heritage value and interest was submitted in the application. The removal of building 118 has been given careful consideration by the applicant team, officers and Historic Environment Division. On balance, it is considered that its removal benefits the wider development of this area and benefits the setting of the listed building 117. Full consideration of this is set out in detail in Officer's Report. Historic Environment Division have no objection, and the proposal complies with PPS 6. In terms of the apartment design and layout, the design scale, density and height of the 2 apartment blocks is appropriate to the site, and the layout has respected the listed building. Trees are retained and protected during construction. Landscape planting will be provided as an integral part of the development, and communal open space in the form of a raised lawn and garden area has been provided. The site is within walking distance to St Colum's Park and Foyle Arena, and each apartment has private areas of private amenity space, and this also includes a loggia, which is a design feature of the listed building. The proposal therefore complies with PPS 7 and PPS 8. Access and parking is considered appropriate for the proposal, with 40 spaces being provided, and this proposal then complies with TR 5 of the area plan and PPS 3. Impacts to designated sites, natural heritage interests have been taken into account and complies with PPS 2. A drainage assessment submitted complies with FLD 3 of PPS 15, and officers have also taken into account other material considerations of the application, including the proposal's economic benefits of 10.4 million, and the detail of this is set out in the report. So officer recommendation is to approve.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to ask Eamon again to come and join us. And perhaps Kieran as well. They want to come across as well. TV, if you want, just in case. Okay, gentlemen, members, open to you if you want to ask any questions of Eamon or Michael. Please indicate now.
And I was.
Apologies for my on here. You know, go ahead and give your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. And just for clarity, the architects on this scheme are from Newcastle in Pontine, England, and they should be on WebEx. So again, thank you, Chair and committee members, for this application. I'm again joined by Mr. Porter and Mr. Doherty and Mr. Greenless. We had hoped to have our conservation architect, Michael Boyle, with us, but he's taken ill today. And as I say, the architects, Mr. Scott Savin, is from Alt Studios and he's on WebEx. This application for mixed-use development of Parcel F of Edmonton has been in formulation for about 2 years. The development now proposed equates to a £10.4 million investment, which will create significant jobs during construction and operation of the scheme. It's a significant regeneration proposal. This parcel of land at the edge of Ebrington site lends itself mainly to residential use, and the proposal has an emphasis on residential development. The proposal seeks to provide 2 modern residential blocks of apartments, one of which is 4 stories in height and one of which is 5. Both blocks will provide a blend of 1 and 2 bedroom apartments with 20 apartments in each block. That's 40 apartments in total. All apartments have generous sized space and have private amenity space. The design of the apartments has been careful to take their design influence from the listed building at number 117. Of particular influence is the provision of a loggia, which is a columned external corridor which is located along the outside of the building. The apartments will provide a similar design feature which will anchor these buildings to the Ebrington site. The new building is proposed in place of the existing unlisted building 118. The new building is a mixed-use building that, while striking design, fits into its surroundings through carefully considered design elements and sympathetic materials. It provides 6 creative space or office units which have been designed with flexibility to accommodate demands from potential users. Importantly, the new building proposed will be a gateway building at the main access approach to Ebrington. The height, design and materiality of the proposed buildings have paid close regard to the historic setting of the Ebrington site, as well as the long-range views from the city walls. The design was informed by close liaison with HED Historic Building Advisors. A comprehensive landscape and public realm plan has been submitted demonstrating how around this part of Ebrington, public space will be created. Again, high-quality residential, public and civic and public areas will be created, which will complement the significant investment made in the streets and spaces in Ebrington. Of course, regard has been had to the design for Parcel D. And whilst the different architectural practice has been used in this application to bring their own ideas and interpretation to this part of the site, there has been sharing of design details between the architectural practices. Significantly, to ensure the 2 parcels of Ebrington are tied together, the same landscape architects have been commissioned to designed public space and public realm. As such, whilst the two separate parcels are individually distinct, they are linked by commonality of general heights, tones, colour, materials, and public realm and landscaping. The proposal will provide parking spaces for most of the residents. Users of the mixed-use block will be able to use parking elsewhere on the site and preferably use green transport modes. A central aspect to the application has been reaching an agreement with HED on the removal of Building 118 on the site. The decision to remove this building has been a recommendation of our architects and our conservation architect. It has been endorsed by HED and also by Historic Buildings Council, which were presented with the scheme in December. Whilst we have not sought the removal of Building 118 lightly, doing so removes a compromised derelict building which would have no particular use, improves the setting of a listed Building 117, creates the opportunity for dramatic improved entrance to the Ebrington site from Limavady Road, and enables the development of a creative industries and commercial building. Whilst many boundary trees are retained, some will be lost, but these will be mitigated through a comprehensive landscape management plan. There's been no objection to the application, and significantly no member of the public has objected to the removal of Building 118. We specifically asked that question during the public consultation exercises. We have provided the department with a robust planning application addressing all issues. The proposal benefits from a positive planning history with outline approval granted for this mix of uses, and indeed full permission for residential development already on this site. Because of the careful regard paid to the policy, the history of permissions on the site, the EDF and the local development plan context all have guided the application and the proposals we consider to be consistent with policy. Therefore, we consider the proposal acceptable because it's a significant regeneration proposal providing a high quality residential environment. It addresses and respects the historic built heritage of the site, generally and specifically enhances the setting of listed Building 117. Removal of Building 118 has been endorsed by a cross-section of architectural and heritage advisors.
Mr. Lockery, would you 5 minutes is now up?
The mix of uses within the site has been designed to work in synergy and complement one another without conflict. It provides a suitable means of access and parking, and it will benefit from high quality public realm environment. I'll not trespass on your time any longer. I'm happy to answer any questions, committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Eamon. Any members want to come on there now? Alderman Hussey, go ahead. Just behind you there.
Question initially is a question of process. The demolition of the Benbow block, Admiral Benbow, I'm expecting Long John Silver to appear all of a sudden. Anybody knows the book Treasure Island? That's outside of the red line. So why are we talking about it here? As I see it, it's outside of the red line. Surely, to goodness, in the planning issue, we're working within the red line.
Inside the red line, Alderman Hussey, it's been indicated by the officer. Sarah, do you want to come on there just? Do you want to clarify that point for Alderman Hussey? That's 117.
That 117.
Can you see that on the slide yet?
115 and 117 are to the top of your screen, yes.
Is that on the screen? Not sure.
Yeah.
Just for clarity, I think it's 117.
Okay, now Alderman Hussey, yeah, I think that's been clarified for you by somebody. So, okay. Have you any supplementaries there?
Nope.
Thank you.
It's a bit of a repetition of a previous question, but I suppose in relation to activities around Ebrington, and particularly the square, and this, because it's entirely residential. No, what controls are in place to ensure that everybody that's the future residents of the area will be content with is there anything in place that ensures that this application, future residents, won't impede on the use, the future use of Edmonton Square. Is there anything, any agreements in place that would be subject of anybody taking up residence in any of these properties?
I wouldn't say there's any agreements or that in place as yet, Councillor Jackson, but it's the same. In fact, these residents are probably further away than the likes of those in Browning Drive. So any of the major events that are held on the square typically have a finish time by about 11 o'clock. I think it's either 10:30 or 11. I'm not over the detail of that. But there would be the same principles that would be adopted there. And, they would be welcome, obviously, to be consulted in terms of bringing the events management plans forward, which, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be much more extensive. It's being undertaken by TU and Derry City Council now, but I wouldn't have anything definitive that I could show you, but it's the same principles in terms of that surrounding area.
I appreciate that, and I knew it was almost an impossible question to answer, but I suppose, and I appreciate that they are further away from Browning Drive, but it's the access and egress to the square. These residents would be much more impacted by access and egress than Browning Drive would be.
What I would say in that is that there has been recently, and just at the recent tenants forum meeting, there was a plan, an events plan presented as part of that consultation process, identifying very clearly what the event space would be. It shows buffer zones outside the various buildings, because it's not just those tenants. You have to consider the new tenants within the buildings and the new businesses, the likes of Stitch and Weave, for example, that was just opened. So whenever there's an event, a major event held on site, that business can't all of a sudden just be shut down. Never mind it, the hotel, the embankment, Wall City Brewery. So there's a fairly vigorous process being gone through at the minute to make sure that whenever they define the event space area, that it doesn't negatively impact the existing businesses and or tenants or residences that will ultimately become or be on the site.
Thanks for that clarification, Ciara. That's very helpful. So I'm going to move on now to questions for Sarah, if there is any. Anybody wants to indicate to come on there? Nobody online. Okay, I'm just going to. Councillor Jackson?
I've no questions, and I've no surprises whatsoever that there was no objection to the demolition of building 118. It's very clear that the demolition of building 118 and the subsequent construction of the application that's in front of us would be a huge benefit and a huge improvement to the area. I am still shocked that those buildings were listed when you look at some of the buildings that aren't listed within the Edmonton site, and these ones are. For the life of me, I don't agree, but accept that they are. But it's very clear that the overall area will be improved significantly with the demolition of 118 and the construction of these, what in my view, which are very high quality designed buildings. So I have no issue whatsoever in proposing that we accept the recommendation. And again, this is a further development of Edmonton site, which is much needed for to create the Edmonton that we all want to see. So happy to propose, Chair.
Okay, Alderman McMorris, do you want to come on there? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to concur with what Councillor Jackson has just said, and I'm happy to second the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, we have the applications for approval. It's been proposed by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Alderman McMorris. So we'll go to the vote on that. Thank you, Eamon.
Thanks, Chair. And this is application LA11 2023-1821F, and the recommendation is to approve. Alderman Huxley.
Sorry. Eamon, can you turn your mic off? Sorry, I got my blood problem. There you go.
Thank you. Alderman Carrigan.
For Eamon.
Thank you, Alderman McMorris.
For.
Councillor Barr,
For.
Councillor Boyle,
For.
Councillor Fleming,
Yeah.
Councillor Gallagher,
For.
Councillor Jackson,
Ah.
Councillor Leonard,
Oh.
Councillor McHugh, Councillor Mooney,
For.
Councillor Murphy,
Ah.
and Councillor Neelis.
Okay, members, that is passed. It's 12-4 and no abstentions or nobody against. Anyway. So I'd like to say thank you to Sarah and to Eamon and Kieran and Michael for coming before us today. Okay, folks, thank you. Members, going to take a 5-minute comfort break because we're coming to that hour. So if you want to come back in 5 minutes, thank you. continue on. Next application is item number 5 on your agenda, and it's LA 11 2022 1181. And that's a proposed site for dwelling, lands 50 metres southwest of 185 Millmount Road, Siam Mills. And that there is lead items, members, which we have already addressed anyway, but just to make you aware. And that will be Laura taking that, Laura. So if you don't mind, thank you.
Good afternoon, members. Application LA 11 2022 11810 is a proposed site for a dwelling located at lands 50 metres southwest of 185 Millmount Road, Siam Mills. The recommendation is to refuse. So this is the site location plan, an aerial image of the application site. The application site itself is located within the domestic curtilage and to the rear of number 185 Millmount Road. It consists of a grassed garden area, concrete parking area, access drive, and includes an existing domestic garage and smaller single-storey corrugated domestic garage. The boundaries of the site are defined by a plaster wall, post and wire fence, a ranch-style post and wire fence, and some hedgerow. And the eastern boundary of the site is undefined. It is slightly more elevated from the road than the existing dwelling as the land rises. It's located approximately 530 metres south of Siam Mills, and it's within the countryside. And the application site is located to the rear of an established domestic dwelling. So this is the policy context under which we assess this planning application, including the RDS, the Strabane Area Plan, the SPPS, and Planning Policy Statements 2, 3, 15, and 21. In terms of consultation responses, NI Water have no objections as to environmental health. DFI Roads advise the visibility displays of 2 by 33 are required. A display to the northwest requires some works there at the front of the number 185 Millmount Road, and to the southeast a hedge line at number 187 requires to be faced back. So in terms of assessing this planning application in accordance with the supporting information submitted by the applicant at their application, we've assessed this under policy CTY2A, which is new dwellings and existing clusters. So this policy points out that all 6 criteria within that planning policy must be met. Just to point out initially that, officers don't consider this to be a cluster of development, as it's clearly a linear strip of development and a ribbon of development along the western side of Millmount Road, rather than a grouping of development which would represent a cluster. So just to go through the criteria here of policy CTY2A, first of all, the cluster of development must lie outside a farm and consist of 4 or more buildings. This is an existing ribbon of development. It does lie outside of a farm and consists of more than 4 dwellings. However, a ribbon of development doesn't constitute a cluster, so therefore that criteria is not satisfied. The cluster appears as a visual entity in the landscape. The existing dwellings appears a linear form when approaching the site in both directions from the A5. This is a ribbon of development again, and not a cluster, which appears as a visual entity in the local landscape. Therefore, that criteria is not satisfied either. In terms of criteria 3, it points out that the cluster should be associated with a focal point, such as a community building or facility, or located at a crossroads. So this is a ribbon of development which is located within the countryside. It's not at a crossroads or not associated with a focal point. The agent has provided supporting information and they consider that there's a commercial premises there, which you can see on the plan there identified. It's Jet Products and they're proposing that as a focal point. This has been considered by officers and we don't consider it to be a focal point as required by the policy. Again, this commercial premises is located to the rear of the domestic dwelling and isn't overly visible from the public road. Therefore, we don't consider that criteria to be met either. In terms of criteria 4, a suitable degree of enclosure is required, and the site should be bounded in at least 2 sides with other development. Again, this site isn't within a cluster. It's located amongst a ribbon of development within the countryside. It's located within the domestic curtilage of an existing dwelling, and as a rear of that dwelling was no long established boundaries which could have provided a suitable degree of enclosure, and therefore it's considered that it doesn't satisfy this criteria and is also contrary to policy CTY 13 of PPS 21. Criteria 5 requires that the development of the site can be absorbed into the cluster through rounding off and consolidation, and will not significantly alter its existing character. The site doesn't sit within a cluster. It's located at the rear of a dwelling and an existing row of dwellings, and it's considered to be backland development, which is unable to provide a suitable degree of enclosure. It's not considered to be rounding off or consolidation of a cluster of development, and it's considered overall that it would erode the rural character of this area and result in a suburban style build-up of development, and it's therefore considered contrary to policy CTY 13 and 14 of PPS 21, as well as not satisfying criteria 5. So criteria 6 considers residential amenity. So this is an outline application. We haven't been provided with any detailed design, as you wouldn't be in an outline application, but in terms of the extent of the site, we would be content that there's sufficient separation distance to ensure that a single story suitably designed dwelling wouldn't unacceptably affect the amenity of the surrounding properties. And also, given the extent of the site, we're content that sufficient private amenity space can be provided for the proposed dwelling and the existing dwelling there at number 185. So therefore, we consider that that criteria is satisfied, and it also accords with the SPPS. So just to summarise there, in terms of policy CTY 2A, this proposal is not considered acceptable as it fails to meet 5 of the 6 criteria of that policy, and that policy requires that all of these criteria are to be met. So this proposal is also considered by officers in terms of policy CTY 8, given that the application site is located in the countryside and within an existing ribbon of development. The application site is within the curtilage of number 185 and includes a private laneway, which provides rear access to that dwelling and the existing garage. So policy CTY 8 states the planning permission will be refused for a building which creates or adds to a ribbon of development. It does allow an exception of a small gap site. And that policy was on an otherwise substantial built-up frontage. But in order to engage that exception and the policy, we have to consider whether you're going to create or add to a ribbon of development. So officers would be content that when viewed from the existing lane, this building on the site would create a ribbon of development when viewed from the existing lane. And then it would add the ribbon development when viewed from the A5. However, in terms of creating the ribbon of development along the laneway, the policy requires that it's located within a substantially and built-up frontage in order for it to be considered a gap site. But this requires that there's a row of 3 or more buildings along the frontage, but there's not in this case because there's only the existing dwelling and the existing garage. Therefore, the proposal is not considered acceptable under that criteria, policy CTY 8. And therefore, it's also considered that it would erode the character of the rural area and result in a suburban style build-up of development, which is also contrary to policy CTY 14 of PPS 21. Just then, in terms of the OR considerations that set out in the plan and policy statements. So this development proposes to use existing access drive and then the existing access onto Millmount Road, which is an adapted road. So this is a section just in front of the current residential dwelling at number 185. So there's then a single vehicular access onto the A5 protected route for all of the dwellings, which that access serves. In terms of policy AMP3 of PPS 3, which considers the access onto protected routes, this proposal doesn't directly assess access onto the protected route. It accesses onto that adopted stretch of Millmount Road. So it's considered that it wouldn't result in intensification onto the protected route and therefore complies with policy AMP3 in that respect. In terms of the visibility displays requested by DFI roads, they're required onto the adopted section of the road, and as set out in the report, there's works required to provide those clear visible displays, as well as facing back of the hedge of the adjoining property, which is outside the applicant's control. We had requested amended plans to address that, so that we could condition that any of those works required to take place could be conditioned should the application be approved, which is a standard request and is necessary in order to allow those works to take place through any subsequent application. However, in the absence of that information, it can't be determined that safe access can be provided, and therefore the proposals contrary to policy AMP2 of PPS3. Just in terms of all our requirements of PPS3, given the extent of the site, there's sufficient space to provide parking arrangements within the application site. Just there in terms of policies, in terms of PPS2 and PPS 15, which consider natural heritage and flood risk, there's no concerns in that respect. The site doesn't accommodate any protected species and is not within any protected areas. And there are no area of flood risk identified at the site, and given the scale of the proposal, a drainage assessment isn't required. As the chair outlined at the start there, we have received some late information. Just to summarise what's included in that, it's a supporting statement that was submitted with the planning application and which has been considered by officers. It also included the consultation responses from DFI roads, which were received during the processing of the planning application and have been considered by the officers. Just to clarify that the agent there has been advised of the roads issues and requested that the application be brought forward to committee without addressing those. There has been all our further supporting information received during the processing of the application, which we have considered and which has been detailed in the planning report. And in terms of our assessment of the planning application, it's required to be assessed under all the criteria of policy CTY2A, which we have done and which is set out in detail in the planning report. So overall, to summarise, so the application site's not located within a cluster of development. This is clearly a linear strip of development, which is considered to be a ribbon of development along Millmount Road, rather than a grouping of development that would represent a cluster. The proposal fails to meet 5 of the 6 criteria of policy CTY2A. All criteria are required to be met. The proposal is not located within a cluster lying outside the farm, which is one of the criteria. And that's just the summary there, just identifies all our criteria which have been through in terms of policy CTY2A. The proposal is considered to create a ribbon of development along the access laneway and add a ribbon development along Millmount Road. The proposal is unable to provide a suitable degree of enclosure to provide integration, which is also contrary to policy CTY 13 of PPS 21, and insufficient information has been provided to demonstrate that a safe access can be provided contrary to policy AMP2 of PPS 3. So overall, refusal is recommended for the reasons which are set out in the planning report. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I'm going to invite the agent for this application. That's Lee Kennedy. I think Lee's online.
Yes, I am, Chair. Yes.
Okay, Lee. Good to hear from you. That's the application. You can see there's 5 reasons for refusal put down on my case note only. But Lee, go ahead there now. You have 5 minutes as normal to present to the chamber. You want to start now? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members, for the opportunity to address Planning Committee today. I'm here to ask for your support in the approval of this planning application. This planning application has been submitted under policy CTY2A of PPS 21 as a dwelling within an existing cluster of development. On review of the Planning Committee report, Council officers suggest this site does not comply with 5 of the 6 criteria set out under this policy. I disagree with this assessment and would advise that during the processing of this planning application, I've been in correspondence with both the case officer and the senior planner, who both confirmed in January that council's only concern with this site is it was not located within a defined focal point. It's my professional opinion that this site complies with all the professional criteria of this policy for the following reasons. Criteria 1, you'll note from the supporting statement and the map submitted with this application, this site is located on the western side of Millmount Road. It is within an existing strong cluster of development. This cluster extends to over 422 metres and contains no fewer than 17 existing family dwellings, outbuildings and a commercial enterprise, all outside of any farm holding. Criteria 2, the new dwelling on the application site consolidates the existing development and will be absorbed into the existing settlement without any negative impact on the character or visual amenity of the existing area. The application site appears as a visual entity within this well-defined cluster of buildings. Criteria 3, I feel it's important to acknowledge that a focal point is not defined in any planning policy or legislation. A focal point, from my experience, can range from a number of things: a small retail business, petrol station, cafe, community hall, church, river, a tree plantation, a phone box, or a well-known crossroad location in rural areas. This focal point, to me, is well known in the local area, and a focal point has to be at the centre of activity, interest, or the attention of the public. The focal point at the centre of this application is Jet Products. It is a well-established retail enterprise located on a 1 acre site adjacent to the application site. Jet Products, I understand, is Ireland's only authorised Yamaha's jet ski dealer. It's an organic, family-run, well-known, successful business in the Strabane and Mulls area. It is run by the McClintock family and has been operating from these premises from 1991, and it is a well-known focal point in the landscape. Criteria 4. The application is bounded on 3 sides by existing development. The garage is located to the rear of the application site, the family home to the frontage, and outbuildings belong to number 183 to the northwest of the site. There is a strong degree of enclosure on all sides of the application site, with no views available from any public vantage points. The southern boundary of the site, adjacent to number 187, is endorsed by a post and rail fence, and the northern boundary, adjacent to 183, is endorsed by a 1.2 to a 1.5 metre high privacy wall. The new residential dwelling at this location will not read as a prominent feature in the landscape due to its strategic location within this already established residential curtilage behind a strong linear form of roadside development. The proposed development will be a single-storey, modest in scale, and it will be a retirement home for the applicant and his wife. Criteria 5. The application site is located within the existing curtilage of the applicant's family home. It consolidates existing development and does not protrude into the open countryside. Criteria 6. Council agree this criteria is met. In terms of the access to this new dwelling, it's through an existing driveway that services the garage to the rear of the family home. Roads have cleared the site for development in January 2023. They have no issue with the visibility space and have recommended conditions. There's no need for me to submit a north side location plan extending the red line, because this hasn't been asked for from the roads department, and therefore I don't think it's acceptable that they were coming at a late stage in the planning application looking for that site location plan to be submitted. That's all I have to say, Chair. Thank you very much.
Kelly, thank you very much. Now I'm just going to open up to the floor here and see if any of our councillors or members want to come in and ask any questions of you. Alderman Hussey, go ahead there. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee, for your representation. Just a quick one. I mean, all of the application lies within the curtilage of the host premises, and you have stated that it's a single story that is being looked for, although this is an outline planning application. It's single story that is set in behind 2 two-story dwellings. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct, Councillor Hussey. Our application site measures the total plot size of the applicant's family home is 0.8 of an acre. It extends from frontage to back is 122 metres in length. Our application is set back behind the existing family home and in front of the existing garage, which is built onto the rear boundary. The planning department themselves acknowledge that there's significant separation distance between the frontage home, the family home, and the proposed dwelling, and we are only proposing a modest retirement dwelling, which will be single story in height.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor McHugh, do you want to come on there? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Lee for his presentation there. It's stated within the report there about the need to put back bushes on the sidelines, and there's mention there of a post. Could you confirm, does that lie within the applicant's property? Thank you.
Yes, Councillor. In terms of the access, if you're looking at the access on the right-hand side, there's a pillar within the existing family home, the garden of the existing family home. That has to be set back with 400 mil to accommodate the visibility display in that direction, which is to the left, which is the non-critical direction. On the critical direction, which is to the right-hand side, the hedgerow belonging to the next door is overhanging the public footpath. That hedgerow only needs to be faced off, and road service in their consultation response acknowledges that. And the other thing that I would like to point out, there's only 2 other houses to the right hand side, there's only 2 other houses beyond our application site. So if we're able to develop a house, we have no problem in providing the visibility displays. And it can easily be provided in terms of a condition in any reserved matters application coming forward in the future.
Yeah, you've basically answered the follow-up question that I was going to ask. Was that something that could be conditioned, or maybe that should be asked to the planner instead? But thank you, Lee, for your answer. Thank you.
Yes. The other thing that I'd like to point out, road service access.
Just a second, I think you may have answered that previous question, but Councillor McHugh, did you have something else to follow up on there? 'Cause I just couldn't hear you. If you could speak up a bit, that'd be a wee bit better. Thank you.
No problem, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, is any other members want to come on there for any other questions for the agent? No. Members are going to pass on now 2 questions for the officer, Laura. I think Councillor McHugh, did you indicate you wanted to maybe ask a question of Laura?
Chair, it was just in regards to that point about the conditioning. Lee has said there that he doesn't see any reason why you'd have to submit, a revised plan, that planners could easily condition it if it was to be approved. So I'm just keen to hear the officer's comment on that. Thank you.
All right, Ray, I think that's in relation to refusal reason number 5, AMP2, is that the one that, and there's obviously that late items around the discussed that only, but I think Suzanne maybe come on the try and answer that question anyway, so I'm going to ask Suzanne to come on and make some clarity on that fee. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Councillor McHugh, in relation to the conditions for the access, the issue here is the fact that third-party land is required in the form of the hedge. are part of the hedge and whereby third-party land is required, we are duty bound under Section 42 of the Planning Act to ensure that we deal with applications that have the appropriate certificates of ownership completed. We raised this issue with the agent as far back as I think it was January 23, advising them to amend the plans and amend the certificate of ownership, but clearly that has not happened. So officers would be advising today that we would not be in a position to attach a condition on an application whereby we have not served notice on any third party whose land is required to implement this approval, if it ends up as an approval.
I'm just going to come on that too. Just the only thing I'm picking up here is when I read that email that came in with the Certis lead items today, Mr. Kenny makes very clear in the second paragraph that no third party land is required. So can we take that on board, such, or?
Yeah, well, it's quite clear that the hedge, and Mr. Kennedy said that today, that the next door neighbour's hedge or part of it is required to be faced back. That would be third party land. We would be required in all cases whereby we have that scenario to ensure that that landowner is aware of their part of their land being required for the provision of a splay, and then following their notification, and we could condition it, but we have to notify them as part of the certificate of ownership.
And is there any evidence of consent of that hedge being provided by Mr. Kennedy to the two planners?
Nothing has been provided to us.
Okay. Councillor McHugh, have you any further questions? Thinking on that?
No, thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Rory. Anybody else? Sorry, it was a cut. Councillor Gallagher's eye first. Alderman Hussey, I'll bring you on next.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for the officer, and a lot of this was down. If this was to be allowed, under clustering, and looking at one of those area views, of the complete site, row of houses, if you want to call them a row of houses, if this was to be approved, would that open the way for the potential for a number of sites along this row that would have the potential to come in under a cluster as well? And this could end up like a row behind a row that might look and end up like spaghetti soup. For want of a better word.
Yeah, Laura.
Well, I mean, in terms of this application's approved under CTY2A, if we received any further applications, we would be considering them on their own individual merits. And I think the point is that we don't consider this to be a cluster. So our opinion likely wouldn't change in terms of that part of the policy. But I mean, we would also give consideration to any approvals in the area. But I mean, in terms of our interpretation of policy CTY2A and our application of it, this is clearly not a cluster of development. This is a ribbon of development, and therefore we would consider, that it wouldn't, CTY2A doesn't apply here.
Councillor Gallagher, Laura wants to come on head of planning just as well. I'm going to bring her in there for you. Okay.
Yeah, just to clarify and confirm what Laura was saying, this is a classic ribbon development if I've ever seen one. I mean, we have a classic line of 17 dwellings roadside with nearly the same distance from the road as well, with a very consistent suburban type road frontage. So this is a ribbon rather than a complete opposite to what a cluster development would be. So I think, backing up there what Laura was saying, this would potentially set a precedent, not just in this particular linear, but in other locations as well, that we would be looking at applying a clustering policy where there's actually a classic ribbon development already there. Thanks.
You want to come back to that, Councillor Gallagher? You okay?
Chair, can you put on your microphone? Your mic.
Sorry, Alderman Morris, he's saying that the hedge is overhanging public footpath, can be faced off under the roads order, the 1993 roads order, does not require third-party approval. So
that might be the case for the roads order, but in terms of the planning legislation, we are obliged to notify any third party who has an interest in the land under section 42 of the Planning Act.
okay, thank you for that clarity. Alderman.
Yeah, to reference the visible displays, I'm slightly confused. Does the officer agree that the proposed entrance actually goes on to what could be defined as an enclosed lay-by, not onto the main road directly? There's a sort of a lay-by which has an enclosure and a couple of entrances off it then onto the A5, the Marmount Road. So I'm confused as to where the visibility slips into this, because if it's going out onto that lay-by, the lay-by is the one used by the majority of the houses along that grouping of development. And I deliberately describe that as a grouping of development. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so we've went through that on the planning report. So the access lane accesses onto an adopted road, and that's an adopted road by road service. So the visibility displays are required onto the adopted road. That road then leads onto the A5 where there's a single access lane for all of those dwellings. So the visibility displays are required onto the road where where a number of the dwellings actually access onto before they access to the A5.
What about the house that already is there?
Councillor Leonard, do you want to come on there?
Thank you, Chair. It's just the conversation there about the third party and, excuse me, ignorance on this. Would it be a possibility that there can be solicitor letter exchange between the two parties to confirm that this will always need to be maintained, that the hedge will need to be cut back for whatever length of time going forward, that it'll always have to be at that in order to comply with the display requirements?
I suspect the answer is going to be section 42 on that, but I'm going to bring it down anyway. Thank you, Councillor Leonard.
That could happen, but there's nothing stopping that happening privately between the different parties. But as part of the application process, the certificate of ownership, the declaration of it is fundamental to the submission of any application. So all we need would be the certificate of ownership to be amended and the owner of the hedge or whatever it is required on the form, dated, and then that would resolve the notification, because we're required under section 42 to provide legal notification of applications to certain persons who have an interest in planning applications.
Yeah, thanks very much for the explanation and answer there.
Anybody else wish to come on?
No.
Okay, members, so there's no more questions for the officers anyway. Past that, so you'll see that they're, sorry, who's that, sorry?
Councillor McHugh had indicated in the chat box there again, just.
Go ahead there, Councillor McHugh.
Yeah, just thanks for allowing me back in again. Just in relation to what the planning officer has just said there, how quickly or how long would that process take? And the reason I'm asking is, would there be merit in delaying or deferring this decision until next month's committee? If it was to take longer than the date of the next committee meeting?
Okay, sorry, Rory, I'll just go ahead there.
Councillor McHugh, so the notice would have to be served on the appropriate person 21 days before it's actually submitted to us. And then we would have to re-advertise the application in the press. So it's probably unlikely that that period will have expired before we would be coming back in April. And it would depend obviously whenever the notice is served. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Just come on one point there. I just see it's out of fairness and completeness to the applicant. He says at the very bottom, please look at the DFA response. So I've looked at that and it says obviously second paragraph or third paragraph, to the southeast, the hedge line at 187 Millmount will be required to be faced back to achieve display. If council planning or have a mind to approve this application, then the above detail will be required to be demonstrated at reserved matters of full planning. So, I mean, obviously, could this be looked at that stage, or is there I know what you're saying, the indication is about re-advertising and re-notification, but just clearly what you're saying and this letter is saying seems a bit odd to each other. So you clarify that as well, please. Thank you.
I mean, we can condition it once we are sure that the appropriate notice has been served on the third party. So we would have no issue with the condition. Okay. But just the appropriate notice has to be served to the third party.
On the basis of Councillor McHugh's, again, on fairness and completeness, just, you know, if the committee ever minded to defer this, you know, for the re-advertise, come back on that point, could this be brought back in next month or possibly? Thank you.
So the agent will have to submit, or the agent will have to submit to us the information which we have previously been asking for, obviously. I'm not sure the timelines will make it into next month, but we will try to. But it won't. It won't.
Chair,
Go ahead, Mark.
could I suggest, given the fact that we would have to wait for the 3 weeks, the submission, and then do advertising, given the advertising timelines might not fit exactly the week after, it might be at least 2 months before we could bring it back. But we could obviously carry out that procedure, albeit, you know, as soon as we get it, we can proceed with it, but we would need that submitted to us following the 3 weeks, etc. And we will bring it back to the next available meeting.
Okay, members, that's back over to you. If there's any further questions forthcoming, please let me know, or I'm happy to entertain any applications, proposals. Right, Councillor McHugh, is that you again? Do you want to come back on there?
Yeah, Chair, just, having heard the answer there and what you said yourself, I would be content to propose that we defer it, because I think it's only fair on the applicant, and in the interest of road safety as well, that information does be provided before we make a decision.
Okay, Councillor McHugh, is that a proposal?
Yeah.
Take that, Naomi. If that's a proposal, I'll look for a seconder now. Alderman Hussey. Derek? Yeah. Go ahead. Your second. Do you want to speak on it? No. Okay. Thank you. Okay, members, there is an application to defer this because of I think it's the issues relating to reason number 5 and PPS 3. So I'm going to ask Eamon to take that to a vote, members.
Thank you, Chair. And this is LA 11 2022 11810, and the proposal is to defer. Alderman Hussey.
For.
Alderman Kerrigan.
For, Eamon.
Alderman McMorris.
For.
Councillor Barr. Councillor Barr. Councillor Boyd.
For.
Sorry. For.
For even.
Thank you. And is that Councillor Boyd also for?
Yes.
Councillor Fleming. Yeah. Councillor Gallagher. For. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Leonard. Councillor McHugh. Councillor Mooney,
For.
Councillor Murphy, and Councillor Needis.
Okay, members, that's unanimous. Mr. Kennedy, obviously the committee has sort of fitted to fair this application, given some of the issues raised, but it'll be brought back at some stage, anyway. So thank you for attending today, and we'll move on to the next application. Okay. Next application is item number 6. That is LA 11 2020 0799F. Retention of non-bulky goods and convenience goods by B&M Bargains without compliance with condition 7 at Unit 9 to 10 Crescent Link Retail Park, Derry. And you sticking that? Rosie, go ahead, Rosie.
Thank you, Chair. Members, item 6 is LA 11 2020 0799F, which is a proposal for the retention of the sale of non-bulky goods and convenience goods by B&M Bargains without compliance with condition 7 of A 2003-0325 RM. And this is the bulky goods only restriction at units 9 and 10 Crescent Link, and the recommendation is to approve. So this slide just shows the location within Crescent Link, where the units are located. They're outlined in red, and they're immediately opposite where M&S and Tesco Express are, and beside DW Sports and Gym, and then there's residential dwellings in Summer Meadows Park. This slide just shows the unit itself. It just was formerly occupied by Toys R Us. This slide just shows the policy context that the application was considered against, and these are detailed in the planning report. You'll note that we've received a number of objections to the development. In summary, the issues raised are that the proposal is against planning policy, which adopts a city centre first approach. Allowing convenience retailing in an out-of-centre location may make the post-COVID recovery of a city centre impossible. The development will have a detrimental impact on the city centre, as well as Lisnagalvin, Northside and Springtown district centres. There's no need for additional convenience or non-bulky floor space within the catchment. The claims made regarding job creation are unfounded. The development could create legal precedent that dilutes trading restrictions at Crescent Link and other out-of-town locations. More details required regarding trip generation, impact on the local road network and parking within the site. Cumulative effects would undermine the emerging LDP due to scale, location or phasing of new development. So at Crescent Link, there was designation made under the Derry Area Plan for a local centre at this location, and previous permissions granted approval for a neighbourhood centre comprising 2 retail stores, which are currently occupied by Tesco Express and M&S. Retail warehousing was granted approval under previous applications, which were conditioned to restrict the type of goods to be sold from the retail warehousing units. And this condition just states what those restrictions involved. So it was restricted to DIY materials, garden materials, furniture, etc., electrical goods, car accessories, toys, sports goods, and other items which would fall within the meaning of bulky goods. And the reason that this condition was imposed was to control the nature, size, scale of retailing activity to be carried out at this location, so as not to prejudice the continuing viability of established retail centres. So the planning supporting statement submitted by the agent states that B&M Bargains sells a range of mainly bulky goods, so it's important to note that the B&M unit is already largely compliant with the bulky goods condition. They also sell a range of non-bulky goods and convenience goods, and therefore the purpose of the current application is to allow the sale of non-bulky and convenience goods. Units 9 and 10 comprise approximately 2,000 square metres gross floor space, and the split between bulky goods and non-bulky goods and convenience goods is quantified by the agent as approximately 52% for non-bulky and convenience, and the remaining floor space of 48% for bulky goods. So the applicant, it's argued then that the application is not therefore for the unrestricted retailing, but seeks permission for a restricted amount of non-bulky goods and convenience goods. So the applicant has adopted a sequential test based on a number of key site requirements for B&M. They require a site which is in a commercial location within the city, is an existing single-storey vacant retail unit of approximately 2,000 square metres. It's in a prominent location with good footfall, and it's easily accessible with a suitable existing access, car parking and servicing arrangements. The applicant states in summary that there's no sites in the whole catchment area that are suitable and viable alternative to the sites for development, and the sites considered to have been disregarded as unavailable for combination of reasons are detailed in the planning report. In respect of retail need, the applicant has set out the following. There's a need to retain retail jobs, and that this B&M store provides 68 jobs, and their retention is important in the context of the economic climate, and as Derry City and Strabane District Council have the highest rate of unemployment in Northern Ireland. In respect of quantitative and qualitative need, B&M is the only discount retailer in Crescent Link Retail Park, and it will complement the existing shopping facilities in the park. As such, B&M meets an existing deficiencies in shopping provision by providing a range of discounted goods, selling both convenience and comparison goods. It's argued that the bulky goods retail market has shrunk, with many large store closures, including B&M and Oak Furniture Land, or exit from the market such as Mothercare and Toys R Us. It's advised that the only demand for new space comes from discount retailers such as B&M, which is the largest leading retailer of bulky goods at discounted prices, which appeal to households on tight budgets. And also at this location, there's free parking available close to the store. So officers don't dispute the benefit of or the need for stores like B&M, which provide for people on lower incomes. What must be demonstrated is the acceptability of B&M bargains locating in a retail park operating predominantly for bulky goods retailing. So members, you'll be aware that the planning report sets out a very detailed discussion of retail assessment of need, covering both qualitative and quantitative need. So in summary, it's considered that the floor space and turnover of convenience and non-bulky comparison goods at B&M is a relatively small and will not have detrimental impact in the city centre, district centre or the district as a whole. The range of bulky goods is permitted under the current planning approval for the site, and the element of convenience and comparison goods can be supported by the local centre designation in the Derry Area Plan. The discount store can provide for a complementary range of affordable goods, and the retention of jobs and benefits to the local economy are also considered important. There was a previous approval for a discount retailer in Unit 4, but this permission has expired without being implemented. With regards to precedent, all planning applications are considered and assessed against the relevant planning policies and on their individual merits, and cumulatively in terms of retail impact. If further similar applications are submitted to Council, they will be assessed against the relevant policies on their own merits. It's therefore considered that on balance, the proposal complies with the SPPS, town centres and retailing. The remainder aspects of the development that have been considered in respect of the design, layout and visual impact at the site, since it's an occupied existing unit, the design and visual impact remain acceptable. In respect of parking, it's acknowledged that this is not a new unit, and parking provision at Crescent Link provided for the previous use on the site. Now, B&M bargains does generate a slightly higher parking requirement given the sale of convenience items. The agent submitted photographs to demonstrate parking availability in the retail park when B&M has been operational, and officers acknowledge that there will be customers visiting the retail park which will potentially visit and purchase a number of stores. Officers are satisfied that the use of the store by B&M bargains does not generate a significant increase in parking requiring our traffic generation onto the public road network. In respect of flood risk, again, as this is an existing unit with no increase in hard standing, it's not considered that flood risk at the site will be increased. In summary then, members, the application proposes the retention of the sale of non-bulky goods and convenience goods by B&M bargains without compliance with condition 7. The application relates only to units 9 and 10, so that bulky goods restriction remains in place for the remainder of Crescent Link. The application has been assessed against the requirements of the Derry Area Plan, the SPPS, PPS 3, 13 and 15. It is the professional opinion of officers having taken into consideration the relevant planning policies, consultee responses and objectors' concerns that on balance, retention of the units of use of units 9 and 10 by B&M Bargains is acceptable at this location. The application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conditions in the planning report. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie, for that there presentation. We have 2 listed speakers. They're both online members, Mr. Richard Agos and Mr. Martin Kelly. Now, gentlemen, you've got 5 minutes between the both of these. I don't know if you could maybe indicate who's going to speak on this presentation for members.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. My name is Martin Kelly. I work for Gravis Planning. We are the agent for the application. I'm accompanied by Richard Agus, our traffic advisor from MRA Partnership. Obviously, we fully support the Council's recommendation to approve the application. And the reason we have registered for speaking rights is really just to answer any questions or any queries that the members may have. So we're happy to do that. So I hope that's helpful if required. Okay.
Okay, Martin, thank you for that indication. It's very helpful. I'm going to ask the members if they have any questions for you. Anybody online or anybody in the chamber? No questions from members, Martin, so I'm going to pass on now to questions to the officer, Rosemary. So I'm looking around and see if anybody wishes to ask any questions. Please indicate. Nobody's indicated any questions to the officers only, so I'm going to move on now. And I see Councillor Jackson. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, in the absence of any questions, I'm fully content with and particularly welcome the recommendation from officers, so content to propose. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Alderman McMorris.
Thank you for letting me in. Just on behalf of yourselves, we're happy to second the proposal. B&M is a welcomed addition to the waterside and is a good outlet for people based on their affordability. So thank you.
Thank you, Sir Alderman McMorris. Okay, members, that application for approval has been proposed by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Alderman McMorris, and we'll take that to a vote. Thank you, Eamon.
Thank you, Chair. So this is LA 11 2020 0799F, and the proposal is to approve. Alderman Hussey. Or Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman McMorris.
Or.
Councillor Barr.
Or.
Councillor Boyle.
Or.
Councillor Fleming. Yeah. Councillor Gallagher.
Or.
Councillor Jackson. Councillor Leonard. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McHugh. Councillor Mooney.
Or.
Councillor Murphy. And Councillor Needis.
Okay, members, that application has been approved, and thank you, Martin. Thank you, Richard, for joining today. That's been approved anyway, so we're going to move on to the next application. Okay. Okay, members, item next on the list is item number 7, and that is LA 11 2022-062F. That is a proposed change of use from single-storey dwelling to a house in multiple occupation with like internal alterations and minor extension. And that's at 63 Abercorn Road, Derry. You all know, members, there have been late items in as late as today before the meeting. So what we're going to move on is Malachy's going to do that. Okay, Malachy, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Item 7, L11 2022 0862 is a full application for a proposed change of use from single family dwelling to house and multiple occupation, consisting of 5 bedrooms with internal alterations and a minor extension to the ground floor kitchen at rear. The recommendation is to approve. The application site is outlined in red. It is located on the Abercorn Road as the main arterial route coming to the city. The Abercorn Road, in terms of the area plan, lies outside the commercial core and central area as defined in the area plan. The application, the area is defined in character by a mixture of uses. It's predominantly residential, but there's also other non-residential uses, including dentists, office, commercial uses as also, as well as flats and has-strip HMOs. So the application site in question is an end terrace, three-story end terrace property at 63 Abercorn Road. It's located close to the junction with Bishop Street. The existing property fronts onto the Abercorn Road as well. It also has a rear entrance onto a car park courtyard, which is accessed off Bishop Street. So in terms of the proposed development, there are some elevational changes involved in this proposed change of use. These relate in particular to a small extension to the existing kitchen at ground floor level in the rear return of 63 Abercorn Road. And as you'll see on the plan here, is the small area just at the rear of the yard. In terms of the proposed existing proposed floor plans, the existing property had 4 bedrooms and at ground floor level had a living area, dining room and kitchen. The main changes, in addition to the extension of the kitchen, the living area at ground floor has been converted to a bedroom. So the proposal is for 5 bedrooms. So the policy context is set out in the case officer report. And before you hear in the presentation, there have been 16 letters of objection and a petition with 39 signatures. And these issues are summarised below and have been considered in the section 11 of the case officer report. The main issues raised in the objections relate to parking, traffic congestion, concern about future occupiers, antisocial behaviour, oversaturation of HMOs in the area, current residents living with anxiety over the tenure of possible people attracted to the development, concerns relating to approved developments in the Abercorn Road at the Tully site, impact on house prices, a desire to keep houses for families who need homes, and there's also been references to the need for a task force to deal with issues in the Abercorn Road. Before moving on from the representations, we did get a lit representation today, which you will all have received and circulated. Basically, the representation has 2 parts. The first part of the representation deals with issues relating to the proposed task force and how that's been set up and how it's operating. This falls aside the consideration of planning officers in terms of considering policy, but it's there to note for members. The second part of the objection is, I suppose, is a rebuttal of each of the officers' considerations of the objection points contained within the report. Having reviewed that, we're satisfied that the current consideration of the representations largely covers those issues already. There's been a few additional points raised within the rebuttal. In terms, one of these relates to that there's been no written assurances that the proposed development will be in operation for long-term tenants. Officers consider that we can't give assurances through a consideration of a plan application. We have to assess the plan proposal before us in terms of published policy and legislation, and we can't take into account the tenancy or tenure of the proposed property in the application. In terms of parking, as I say, we've largely considered the parking issues within the report and within our considerations of the objections. So, I mean, we're satisfied that it has been considered. In terms of antisocial behaviour, we're satisfied that has been considered, that it's not a material planning consideration. In terms of the numbers HMOs, the rebuttal has mentioned that there are several properties operating as HMOs, B&Bs in the area. We have done a plan history, and our plan history has returned that there's one HMO approved. There is a small number under consideration under current planning applications. And it's perhaps a case that there are HMOs or B&Bs operating without the planning permission, and that should be raised with our enforcement section if that is the case. In terms of impact on property prices, we're satisfied we've considered that in the case officer report. In terms of the impact of Tully and Henderson's proposal, we're satisfied we've considered that in terms of our consideration in the report. And on the final point, in relation to the current policy context, we've noted that the lit objection has asked for the application to be deferred until the local development plan has been brought into adopted and brought into consideration for officers. Officers consider that we have to consider the application as is presented at the minute under the current policy context, and the decision can be made under the current policy context. In addition to the objections, we've also received a number of other lead items in terms of free letters of support. One is a letter from Ulster University supporting the need for further accommodation in the city, and the other two are from letting agents. And again, these have been circulated to members for consideration. We've consulted a number of bodies, including DFA Roads, Environmental Health and Historic Environment Division. Environmental Health have no objections, as same with Historic Environment Division. DFA Roads have given an indication of what the normal parking requirement would be for such a development. In terms of impact on character, officers' opinion is that the area has a character of mixed, although residential still the predominant land use. It's considered this HMO would not be individually significant or harmful to the character of the area. Hasty search has suggested that there's been one approved HMO along the stretch of Abercorn Road from the roundabout at Craigavon Bridge up to the traffic lights at Bishop Street. The property could be easily re-inhabited by a family should the building be required for our use in the future. Abercorn Road is there have been other uses established in the area, and in close proximity to the proposal, there are at least 2 houses changed to non-residential uses, including a dental practice and a counselling service office 2 or 3 doors down from the proposed development. In consideration of parking, the existing dwelling was a 4-bedroom house. The site is just outside the boundary of a central area as defined in the Derry Area Plan, and therefore within Zone C for parking set out in TR5 of the Derry Area Plan. It's been considered by officers that given the previous established use as a single-family home, the property could be occupied up to 4 to 5 adults. As such, the change of use to HMO would not result in any additional parking requirement demand than already exists under the established use. We've also taken into account the age of centre location in terms of provisioning good public transport links, walking and cycling to essential services in the area. No evidential context or survey has been sent out to counter the findings of officers in terms of parking availability in the area. And having considered the above, it is concluded that the proposal complies with policy AMP7 and TR5 of the Derry Area Plan. In terms of residential amenity, there is one small extension which will have no impact. It's a very minor extension, won't have any impact on nearby properties. In terms of noise, etc., there will be no significant impact. EHD have considered it and provided standard informatives for HMOs in terms of noise, and having considered the proposal and the proposed use, officers satisfied that it complies with SPPS with regard to the amenity of the occupants of nearby properties. There's no issues in relation to natural heritage. The proposal meets NIHE standards. Therefore, having considered all material considerations, including the current policy context, planning history and the location, third-party representations, officers recommend approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malachy. I'm going to ask Mr. Eddie Kerr to come down. Eddie, do you want to come down here? Thank you. Okay, Eddie, thanks for coming to the committee here. You've got 5 minutes as normal to present to the members, so take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Planning Committee. I'd like to read a short statement prepared with the applicant and in conjunction with the University of Ulster and Cullen Property Services. We acknowledge the objections raised by the residents of Abercorn Road, and I'm satisfied that the case officer has dealt with the objections sufficiently, but I'm here to add clarity to the committee should there be any need. In relation to the loss of family homes, this property has been vacant for a number of years and has fallen into serious state of repair. The property is in need of structural work to rectify load-bearing chimney breasts, which were removed illegally by a previous owner. The property is suffering from severe damp and water ingress, especially around chimneys, all of which require significant investment to avoid damage to the adjacent dental property. The Northern Ireland Housing Order 2003 identifies a HMO as a house. The proposed conversion would therefore protect residential stock in the area, which in future, if the need dictated, could easily revert back to single-family use. Planning Appeals Commission recently stated that a change of use of a HMO is not a loss of residential stock and is not at odds with the local development plan, and agree with the officers that when they state that the provision of this property as a HMO would not have any significant impact on the provision of accommodation for single-family use. In relation to built heritage, the external elevation of the building will remain unaltered. In relation to lack of parking, planning officers agrees that the proposal is not likely to give rise to any significant increase in parking on Abercorn Road. And as you're aware, there's a large car park to the rear and there's an adjacent door to the property. Social disturbance. The applicant has invested heavily in the property and shares the neighbours' concerns. To protect their investment, they have agreed, following a successful determination by yourselves, the Planning Committee, that they will sign up with the University of Ulster under their head leasing scheme, which will be managed in partnership with Cullen Property Services. Ulster University currently is leasing increasing numbers of HMO houses. Cullen Properties at the moment have 100 plus rooms within the private centre rented sector on a 3-year agreement with the university. The accommodation being provided is of a high standard and popular with students. They meet all the statutory and health and safety requirements and will be managed in accordance with the university's terms and conditions. There have been no management issues experienced with this type of accommodation to date. The university operates in partnership with the Community Safety Warden Scheme, which is supported by Derry City and Stavanger Council, Northern Ireland Housing Initiative, Department of Social Development, Department of Justice, and the Policing and Community Safety Partnership. The hours are well publicised and they work on from Thursday through to Sunday from 5 p.m. to 3 a.m. in the morning. PSNI will address issues arising outside those hours. Due to the ongoing expansion of the university, the accommodation team at McGee have been working with agents and landlords to increase the supply of student accommodation so it's able to accommodate students on the courses at McGee. The opening of the medical school, the transfer of allied health sciences and the additional courses attracting students from much wider afield has increased the requirement for student accommodation. During the planning process, the applicant met with representatives from the university and the HMO licensing team in Belfast and agreed the layout and specification for the work. The university will initially take the project on an annual basis of 50 weeks for 3 years and confirmed their intention to lease other HMO properties of this standard as they become available through a head leasing scheme to facilitate their ongoing expansion of the McGee campus. Ulster University advised that the academic planning figures for Derry for 2023-24 indicate an increase in student number of around 7%, primarily international students, and another year of the medical school. The change in nature of courses in Derry and the increase in the international student intake means a greater portion of students are seeking accommodation rather than living at home or commuting to the campus. A report on the demand for university accommodation indicates that there is currently a need for 500 to 700 additional student spaces in Derry. I would remind the committee that all HMOs are licensed, which can be revoked by the Derry City and Strabane District Council, and the students are mindful that the accommodation is supported by the university and any inappropriate behaviour could see them removed from their accommodation and from their course. The use of this property as a HMO will directly contribute to the local economy, providing high quality accommodation in a desirable area close to the city centre for those coming to study in Derry. We therefore hope the Planning Committee support the Planning Officer's recommendation and approve this scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Yeti, for presenting there. We'll open up now to members. Does anybody wish to come in and ask any questions of Mr. Kerr? No. I have one question springs to mind, Yeti. It was actually, and maybe I mightn't have heard it during your presentation, but did the applicant meet any of the, note the concerns, objections of neighbours, but did he personally go out and meet with any of the local residents to talk about the proposal and things like that there? Just maybe you can enlighten me on that. Thank you.
He is conscious of them and supports them, and that's why he went down the road with the university, where we've got a more stable tenant group and with a 3-year lease, which will run concurrently with the university. We feel that would reflect best on the Abercorn Road area.
He didn't meet them personally. Just a question, no?
Sorry, Chair.
He didn't meet them personally as such, or go out and meet them?
Sorry, I have a hearing
Sorry,
difficulty.
I'm just, my question was he didn't go out and personally meet with them as such?
No.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? No. Oh, sorry. It's Councillor Boyle. Sorry, I just seen your name in the chat there. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, and Eddie, thanks for coming on and presenting again. And you've cleared up quite a number of matters there, Eddie. Apologies, I couldn't make it on personally today. I'm a bit under the weather. I'm not feeling too good. Eddie,
John, can you speak up a bit there?
can you hear me, Sean? Can you hear me all right?
If you speak a bit louder, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. I've got this iPad nearly up under my chin. Just Eddie, one question, and bearing in mind, you know, the concerns around parking. Did you yourselves carry out any parking surveys that might help us here?
Sorry, Sherry, I didn't quite understand. But in relation to parking, the planning office have determined that the property, there would be no additional parking required for this HMO than if the house was a standard single family home with maybe 4 adults. So they didn't see any need for additional parking, and they didn't think that the parking, it says that the parking wouldn't lack of parking. Planning officers agreed that the proposal is not likely to give rise to any significant increase in parking on Abercorn Road. And I would like to remind you that there is a large car park to the rear of the property, and the students would have access to a rear door which leads directly to the car park.
Happy enough, Councillor Boyd?
Yep, that's fine. Thank you very much for that answer, Eddie. And just in relation to the the agreement with the university, then we can be assured that the interest here is for students and students alone.
I suppose he said
I'm
just in
sorry,
relation to the
Chair, I
university.
didn't quite hear. Well, I didn't quite hear what Councillor Boyle was saying. But
Basically, was saying is just in relation to the university, the house will be for students,
Correct.
and students alone.
Correct. Yes.
Am I paraphrasing right, Councillor Boyle?
You got it 100%, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, in partnership with Cullen Property Services, who are currently managing quite a number for the university, 100+ rooms.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, that's been answered, Amy. So, have you any further supplementaries?
No, that's fine, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members wish to? No. Okay, Mr. Kerr, thank you. And I'm going to just, if you want to just you want to just move on, that's okay. Anybody got any questions for Malachy, the officer?
Chair, can I come back in again?
Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Yeah, just the one question for Malachy, and I'm hoping he might have some statistics or some information in relation to this. But it's important for us to know going forward from here. Can he give us an estimate or even maybe an accurate figure for how many HMOs stroke B&Bs are currently under investigation by our enforcement team in the planning department?
So, first of all, I can't give it here right now, but I can find out for you like now. I don't have the information in front of me.
Councillor Boyle, it's just, I don't know if you've heard there, but that information isn't available to anybody at the moment here, but they can follow up with that information if you're happy enough with that.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, if the information isn't there, I'll have to live with it for now. But yes, I think that would be useful information for the committee going forward, not simply just for me. So if somebody could maybe put something together in relation to a report and present maybe to next month's planning committee, that would be good.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, that's been noted. That will be brought back to next month's planning committee. We'll certainly hopefully that information for you then. Councillor Jackson, you want to come on there? Thank you.
It's a related question, but I suppose maybe the head of planning could pick it up. Does B&Bs require planning permission? Because I know we've been having these conversations with the housing executive, housing associations, and housing support agencies, and that is something that's come out that there's B&Bs that are operational that only require licensing from a tourist board. They operate, they don't necessarily require planning permission because it's residential use, but clarity on that would be useful, because if there is an enforcement angle for any B&Bs that are operating illegally, then it would be good to know.
Yeah, so just to clarify, this is an application for HMO rather than a B&B. So it's a completely different consideration and a different use class, you know, so, well, it would be an application for a B&B would be different to an application for a HMO. So it would be a different consideration. So, I mean, we have been raising and clarifying these matters in the task force group. There has been members of my team, both enforcement and DM, who've been at these meetings, and we've actually produced some documentation for the task force in order to deal with that particular issue. And there's a number across the district that various members are asking questions about and clarifying the differences between the requirements and whether or not you need planning applications for various things, because there's a lot of other types of issues and a lot of other types of uses that are causing the concerns. But this is clearly identified as a HMO application, and quite rightly,
when you're moving from applying for the HMO use, you do require permission. So that's why we have the applications before us. So it'll depend, depending on the circumstances. There are a number of enforcement cases live in the system, and we're more than happy to bring back a report which covers this particular area. If that's what members wish to get detail on, we'll be able to provide that the next meeting. Thank you.
I'm not sure I got an answer to the question I was asking, but and I appreciate this as an application for HMO. It's very clear. I suppose some of the concerns that had been raised was around the number of HMO / B&Bs, and if we've no control over B&Bs, and I suppose that's what I'm asking. Is there a requirement for a B&B to operate? Do they need planning permission? And I know they would.
Yeah, well, it would depend on each application. You know, it depends on the scale and the extent of it. So, I mean, that's why I would want to explain it properly to the committee. You know, it's not just a straightforward answer through the chair. You know, it's something you would have to explain, and depends on the proposal and the nature of it, whether it would need permission or not. And there are other issues, as I just intimated, that are causing concern that aren't B&Bs as well. So that's why the whole issue is a bit more complex. But when you separate down each application and what people are proposing within the site, is treated, you know, separately. So it's not as straightforward as this, you know, as what seem to be. So as I say, we've highlighted all this in the task force, but we'll bring forward a paper which will explain that in terms of the different types of uses and whether they need permission or not.
That'll be enough, Councillor Jackson, or Bill?
Yeah, well, I've the answer.
Okay.
Chair,
Who's that? Sorry.
Councillor Boyle, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Boyle. Go on.
Yes,
Have you a
yes,
question?
Chair. No, it's not a question. I think this would be an important conversation for us to have. So I would welcome a report that gives us that opportunity. So if it needs a proposal, I'm proposing that report is brought to us as soon as is humanly possible. Because there is some degree of confusion here, and I think it's important for the public to understand a lot of the machinations and a lot of the difficulties that the planners in particular have to deal with. You know, so that's the thing. This is about managing to communicate with people. So I would welcome that, and so therefore I do propose that happens if it needs a formal proposal. Chair, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, that's been noted, and hopefully that report will come before next available committee. Okay, I'm just going to move on now. Anybody any other questions for the officer? If not, then so we'll remember. So hear any proposals. You note there's a recommendation before you anyway, so wait hearing in due course. Councillor Gallagher, go ahead there.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that we go with the officer's recommendation.
Okay, we have our proposer there. Is anybody we got a seconder to that application? Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson. Okay, members, there's an application before us for approval, seconded by proposed by Councillor Paul Gallagher, seconded by Councillor Jackson. And can I go to the vote now, please, Emma? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a proposal to accept the officer recommendation for LA 11 2022 0862F. Alderman Hussey.
Or
Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman McMorris.
I stepped out, so I have to abstain.
Councillor Barr.
Or
Councillor Boyle.
against.
Councillor Fleming. Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Jackson. Councillor Leonard. Councillor McHugh. Councillor Mooney.
Against.
Councillor Murphy. And Councillor Needis. Thank you.
Okay, members, that application has been carried. 8 for, 2 against. So that application's been approved. Okay, we're going to move on now to the next application. That is item number 8. Sorry, my apologies. Item number 8, LA11 2023-1361. Site for dwelling at 107 Ardmore Road, Glenkeen, Derry. And that is Suzanne. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thanks, Chair. Members, so this application is LA11 2023-13610. It's site for dwelling 40 metres southwest of 107 Ardmore Road, Glenkeen, and the recommendation is to refuse. Just in front of on your screens now is the site location map. Site outlined in red, it's accessed via an existing laneway. Surrounding land owned, outlined in blue. This is just an overhead satellite image of the site. Just some photos of the site taken from the laneway. The site just sits in behind scripting of trees. Policy context is set out on the screen and noted in your reports. And it's been no representations received on this application. In terms of the consultation responses, they are also obviously detailed in your report and summarised on the screen. DARA have commented that the business is now, farm business is now closed. NI Water's recommended condition. Environmental Health have recommended conditions to deal with any unexpected contamination. Roads have recommended standard conditions. NIA no concerns. SES just have recommended condition. So moving then into the consideration of the application, the planning policy consideration falls under the Derry Area Plan and then PPS 21. The site is located in the countryside, and the first consideration under CTY 1 would refer us to CTY 8. So officers have considered, as noted in your reports, at the site. There is an existing ribbon of development along the laneway, comprising of a barn building at the entrance and 3 dwellings, 1, 3, 5 and 7. And you can see there just on the slide indicated in yellow those buildings that actually form an existing ribbon. You can see the site further to the southwest. Officers consider that a new dwelling will add to the existing ribbon development. Therefore, the proposal does engage the exception which lies within CTY 8 for the development of a small gap site, provided it forms a substantially and continuously built up frontage. The laneway, the shed at the end of the laneway is not intervisible with the other existing buildings. So officers consider that even though there's an existing ribbon of development up one part of the laneway, the site does not meet to the exception of a small gap. It doesn't form part of a substantial and continuously built up frontage. And therefore the exception cannot be engaged in this case. Just a few photos there also in terms of the laneway, accessing the site. More photos. These are also in your packs. The agent has submitted these photos as well, just taken from the main road. You can see the vegetation. He's indicated the approximate position of the existing buildings. None are fairly obvious. Again, just distant views. So officers would consider then obviously that the proposal would be contrary to CTY 8 and that it would add to ribbon development. In terms of assessing the proposal under CTY 10, we have gone down that route as well. However, the consultation from DARD DARA has indicated that the farm business is not actually currently active. It's now closed. We don't have any we don't have any farm maps. So we can't identify the extent of the farm holding. So we can't assess whether there's been any development opportunities sold off. And then also, it is considered, though, the dwelling will be sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm. So on balance, it doesn't meet CTY 8 and therefore is unable to meet CTY 1 as well. Other policy considerations in terms of residential amenity are noted there and considered in your report. There are 2 nearby sand pits referred to by Environmental Health, which are now filled and unlikely to commence operations again or result in any noise impacts. And then the roads issues are satisfactory. No natural heritage concerns and conditions have been recommended by SES in terms of any details of an agreement of a sewage method disposal prior to commencement development. So on balance, officers are recommending refusal contrary to CTY 8 and CTY 14 and policy CTY 10 and CTY 1. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, members. There's an agent here. Is it? Just checking. Mr. Dalzell, is it? Yeah. Do you want to come down here, David? Thank you. Okay. You've got 5 minutes there, Mr. Dalzell, when you're ready. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm David Dalzell, Chartered Landscape Architect and Planning Consultant for this application, and we do not accept the Planning Officer's recommendation to refuse this application. Let's recap on the Professional Planning Officer's report. There have been no objections to this proposal. What a statutory consultee said? Will NI Water say that unusually for a rural setting, this site benefits from a connection to the foul sewer with no reliance on off-main sewerage? DFI roads are content, environmental health are content, NIA natural heritage have no concerns, shared environmental service have confirmed there was no adverse impact on any European site, and all other planning and environmental requirements have been met. As the planner's report says, this site comprises a small parcel of land. As such, it is well defined by long-established boundaries. The site sits on a lane off the Ardmore Road, and this lane is lined with buildings, including 3 dwellings and numerous outbuildings. The lane is bookended by a large shed at its end. So, the proposal falls to be considered under PPS 21 as an example of an infill opportunity under CTY 8. Crucially, the Professional Planning Officer's report concedes that, and I quote, "There is an existing ribbon of development along this lane comprising a single-storey barn building at the entrance to the lane, a pair of semi-detached 2-storey dwellings at 103 and 105 Ardmore Road, a 2-storey detached dwelling at 107 Ardmore Road, and a large shed at the end of the laneway," end quote. The planner says these buildings are indicated yellow in figure 5 of the report. But if you look at figure 5, you'll see the large shed at the end of the laneway has not been coloured yellow. If it was coloured yellow, I suggest the application site looks like the infill opportunity that it is. I refer you to figure 6, where the large shed is denoted existing building number 1. The planner contends that there is a break in the ribbon between 107 Ardmore Road and the large sheds, but this gap is the application site, and it is, just as policy CTY 8 defines, a small gap sufficient only to accommodate up to a maximum of 2 houses. We are only seeking 1 dwelling in this gap. We are respecting the development pattern of buildings lining the lane. On one hand, the planner claims that the site is unacceptable, saying a new dwelling on the application site would extend and link this ribbon with the large shed at the end of the laneway. If the large shed didn't exist, the proposal would extend the ribbon, But if, as the planners say, a new dwelling will link this ribbon with the large bookending shed, then by definition, the proposed development must be infill. There doesn't have to be indivisibility. What the policy at 5.33 says is this: buildings sited back, staggered, or at angles and with gaps between them can still represent ribbon development if they have a common frontage or they are visually linked. And I stress the policy says or, not and. So as long as there's a common frontage, which there is, the policy is met. That said, from the Ardmore Road approaching the site, one can see the large shed, the application site, 107 Ardmore Road and 103 and 105 Ardmore Road. Similarly, from the old Glenshane Road, the string of buildings from the large shed down to the Ardmore Road can be seen. Admittedly, views of the buildings are softened by mature vegetation, but this only enhances the integration of the application site into the landscape. It seems bizarre to be refusing a development because it benefits from intervening vegetation and a backdrop of rising land to the rear. So finally, crucially, the planners have recognised that the new dwelling on the site is capable of visually integrating into the surrounding landscape in accordance with policy CTY 13. The proposal will not have an adverse impact on the amenity of nearby residential properties. The planners have recognised that there is a ribbon of development along the existing lane, note the large shed at the end of the lane. All statutory consultees are content with the proposal, and this is a sustainable site for dwelling with no adverse impact on the countryside. It meets planning policy and published guidance. It's precisely the sort of sustainable rural infill site envisaged by policy. And through the chair, I respectfully ask that members approve this proposal today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for that presentation. I am going to open that up to any members for any questions for David in relation to this application. Let me know, please. No. Okay, members, I'm going to move on now. There's no questions for the agent. Move on to Suzanne. If you have any questions for the officer? Suzanne is online. Councillor Fleming, yeah, go ahead there.
I don't have any questions. I'd like to make a proposal if there are no questions. So
just give me a moment there, just thank you. Okay, there's no questions, so go ahead, sir. Councillor Fleming, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I can see in the report that officers have stated they don't believe the gap site and the existing buildings are visually linked. Personally, I disagree. I believe that they are visually linked and thus would meet the exception under CTY 8, which would then nullify the refusal reasons listed in the report. So by that principle, I'd like to propose that we overturn the officer's recommendation and accept this application. Thank you.
If you bear with me, Councillor Fleming, I will take your proposal, but I just see that there's 4, excuse me, there's 4 refusal reasons. If you could maybe just give an explanation each, because that would be more beneficial for the officers when they're drawing up the reasons, if you don't mind. Thank you. Start with number 1 and then 2 and 3 and 4, please.
Refusal reason 1 states that the proposal doesn't meet policy CTY 1. If the proposal were to meet the exception listed under CTY 8, it would no longer need to meet CTY 1. The proposal is contrary to policy CTY 8 and CTY 14. Again, if it were to meet the exception under CTY 8, that refusal reason would be nullified. Third refusal reason is the proposal is contrary to CTY 10 of PPS 21. Again, if it meets the exception under CTY 8, it no longer needs to meet CTY 10. And for the final refusal, again, as long as it meets the exception under CTY 8, it no longer needs to meet policy CTY 10. So,
thank you very much, Councillor Fleming. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Jackson, thank you. Okay, members, there's a proposal for application before us to refuse this application. And There's a proposal to overturn the officer's recommendation. Reasons have been given by Councillor Fleming, who's proposed it, seconded by Councillor Jackson. So I'd ask the Eamon to take a vote, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is application LA11 2023 13610, and the recommendation is to overturn the officer recommendation and to approve. Alderman Hussey. Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman McMorris. Councillor Barr. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fleming. Councillor Gallagher has left the meeting. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Leonard. Councillor McHugh. Councillor Mooney.
Against.
Councillor Murphy. And Councillor Unitas. Thank you.
Thank you, Eamon. That's been passed, Emily. So, okay, Mr. Dazell, that application has been passed. Thank you for your attendance today.
Thank you.
10 minutes here to crack on. Okay, members, just going to move on here. Try and get another one please done before we start for today. Application number 9, LA11 2023 1723F. That's the decommissioning of existing coal-fired boiler at Maydown Works, 60 Clooney Road, Derry. Recommendations for approval. And Sarah's taking that. Thank you, Sarah.
Chair, item 9 is LA11 2023 1723F. The proposal is for the decommissioning of existing coal-fired boiler and associated infrastructure and replacement with a gas-powered turbine, 3 backup gas boilers, 2 gas-powered engines, gas receiving station, electrical room, heat recovery, steam generator, engine and boiler exhaust stacks, deaerator and associated infrastructure, and the site is at Maydown Works, and officer's recommendation is to approve. So this is the site location plan and aerial photograph. The application site is within an area zoned as existing industrial use in the Derry area plan. The site comprises a section of the wider, larger Lycra company manufacturing complex. The site and its wider surroundings are characterised by heavy industry associated with manufacturing. So in terms of consultation summary, none of the consultees have any objections, and this is set out in detail in your report. So this is the site layout and general arrangement of the gas turbine and plant. So the proposal will involve decommissioning. The current electricity and heating requirements for the site are met by energy provided from a coal-fired steam turbine cogeneration system. The coal-fired boiler, generator and 2 large chimney stacks, which are 78 metres in height, will be decommissioned. The buildings are not being demolished. The proposal will then provide a new gas-powered energy plant, and it will replace the coal-fired boiler with a gas-powered turbine and 2 gas-powered engine generators to generate the site's electricity and heat requirements. There will be 3 smaller backup gas boilers, each with a 12-metre stack. A turbine stack of 12 metres will form part of the plant, as well as a small electrical substation. And the proposal also requires an underground 6-inch pipe, gas infrastructure pipe proposed to tie into the existing gas network to the east of the site, accompanied by a ground gas receiving station. The proposed turbine, engines and associated infrastructure will be sited centrally within approximately 1,500 square metres area of the wider complex at Maydown and adjacent to the existing coal-fired boiler and stack. The development will occupy a rectangular area bounded by the internal road to the north and east and existing building to the south and west. The site is an area of hard standing dominated by the scale of the surrounding buildings and existing coal boiler stack. The design of the plant is similar in appearance to existing plant arrangements on the site, and this just shows you the existing site photographs. The first photograph there shows the existing coal-fired boiler and associated chimney, which will be decommissioned. And that second photo is the existing site photo showing the area of hard standing of the site of the new proposed turbines, engines and the backup boilers. So in terms of the policy assessment, the site is located on existing zoned industrial land as defined by the Derry Area Plan. The proposal is sought to support an existing industrial use by providing plant and equipment to replace the existing coal-fired plant. Regional guidance in terms of the RDS 2035 seeks to deliver a sustainable and secure energy supply and notes that gas has a considerable environmental benefit. The proposal accords to RG9 in that it will provide a measurable reduction in carbon emissions and improvement to air quality. In terms of the SPPS, the application site is again located on land zoned for existing industry. The site is part of the wider industrial complex of the Lycra company Maydown. The proposed new plant and equipment supports an existing B3 general industrial use in an area which is allocated for such purposes. The proposed development will not have a significant noise impact. There are no risks to nearby residential receptors as a result of pollutant emissions from the development, and there's a low risk to human health and the water environment as a result of contamination. In terms of the Dairy Area Plan and Planning Policy Statements, the site is located within the industrial zoning. It meets the criteria of PPS 4, PED 1 and PED 9. The principle of development on the site is considered acceptable. The scale, form and design are appropriate to the site and location and character of the area and this industrial landscape. The proposed gas turbine, backup boilers and associated stacks and infrastructure will be sited on an area of hard standing within the existing facility grounds. The proposal will result in a significant benefit to air quality and an overall reduction in carbon emissions. An air dispersal modelling report was submitted, and this demonstrated a net enhancement of the local air quality is predicted once the coal-fired boiler is decommissioned and the gas turbine and engines are operational. There's no risk from noise and dust during construction, and a CEMP has identified mitigation. There's no impacts to designated sites or natural heritage interests, and it complies with PPS 2. It's not an area of flood risk or will likely cause flooding, and a drainage assessment was submitted which complies with PPS 15, and there's no impact to the road network. There's existing parking provision at the site, and DFA Roads has no objection, and it complies with PPS 3. So just to point out, there's other material considerations in terms of environmental and sustainability benefits. The new heat and power plant will result in removing the requirement to dispose of 8,000 tonnes of ash waste, which is currently removed from the site each year. The elimination of approximately 1,500 lorry trips generated by the delivery of coal and the removal of ash from the site each year. It will remove the requirement for circa 45,000 tonnes of coal, which is required annually and is stored on site. The elimination of sulphur dioxide emissions and a significant reduction in carbon dioxide and nitrogen dioxide emissions. So in summary, the proposal complies with the area plan and all relevant planning policy statements. The development proposal will have significant environmental benefits. No representations have been received and none of the consultees have any objections, and the recommendation from officers is to approve.
Thank you, Sarah. Mr. Nick Salt there. Nick, do you want to come down here? Just grab a seat beside Malachy there. Thank you. Okay, Nick, thanks for joining us. Anyway, you've got 5 minutes to present to the committee. Want to take it? Go ahead now.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. I did prepare a speaking note today, but in light of the thorough case officer's report and presentation, I'm just going to be available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that indication, Nick. I'm going to see if any of our members wishes to ask any questions about this application. No, to see anybody online or in the chamber. So thank you for that. Now, we move on to the officer. Does anybody want to speak? Ask any questions of Sarah? No. Okay. Don't see anybody online either indicating to come in. Okay, members, going through that process. Does anybody want to come on? There's a recommendation on this application for approval.
What was the recommendation?
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Second by Councillor Jackson. Okay. Eamon, would you take us to vote there? That application has been proposed by Alderman Hussey, seconded by Mr. Jackson. It's for approval. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. This is LA 11 2023 1723F, and the recommendation is to approve. Alderman Hussey.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman McMorris. Councillor Barr.
For.
Councillor Boyle.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
Tam.
Councillor Gallagher has left the meeting. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Leonard. Councillor McHugh. Sorry, Councillor Mooney,
For.
Councillor Murphy,
Uh,
and Councillor Needis.
Okay, members, that's passed. Thanks for coming, Nick. Sorry for keeping you here all day anyway, but it's passed anyway. All the best. Thank you. Members, it's come to near 6 o'clock now, so I'm not going to. Sorry, go ahead, Alderman Hussey.
It's just for clarification. Coming back tomorrow is an extension of today's meeting, which has started. Isn't that correct? So the question is, can it be hybrid? It's an extension of today's meeting.
Yeah, whilst it's an extension of today's meeting, the legislation which permits us to operate in a hybrid meeting manner will have expired, and consequently the powers will not exist to operate in a hybrid manner.
So, members, I'm directing this to people, to agents who are left on the hearing list, specifically to you, Mr. Diamond, Joe. Tomorrow, obviously, we're not going to make your application today, so we're going to have to go back tomorrow. Your application, LA 11 2023 1855, is still in the system. Unfortunately, Joe, due to a change in legislation which has occurred this week, virtual meetings can no longer take place until there's a change in the legislation. That means that if you wish to move your application tomorrow and speak on it, you'll have to be here physically in the chamber. So the option is yours if you wish to avail of that tomorrow, or do you wish us to defer it until a further date? You let me know, it'd be great. Thank you.
Chair, no, that's fine. I'll come to the meeting tomorrow.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Appreciate that update.
No problem.
Councillor Jackson, yeah.
Just for clarity, agent doesn't need to be here to move the application. But the application could be decided in his absence.
Absolutely, but I just gave him I was letting him know just in case he wanted to come online and view it anyway. Hey. Well, members will be reconvened tomorrow physically in the chamber here, so see you all tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, Chair, just before you go, can I give my apologies for tomorrow, please, as I won't be able to attend in person. Thank you.
Okay, Jason, thank you.